We'll reconvene from closed session and do a roll call from that, please.
Let me get this started. There we go. Okay. Turn the page, we're ready to go. 6 o'clock. Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Actually, I don't have a quorum present. I can't take roll call.
Hey, you do. You got 3.
He's considered one.
Right. Councilmember Baji
Present.
and Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here.
Record shows that, Councilmember
Here.
Horvath, sorry.
That's right. Okay. I'm with you on
Record
that.
shows currently that Councilmember MD and Mayor Brand are absent.
Okay. And for the record, so everyone knows and understands, Councilmember Baji wasn't here at the beginning, but he was with us during the meeting, and Mayor Brand was with us the entire time during closed session, but he was going to be here in the beginning, but he decided to step out. So we're going to do a call to meet.
Mayor Pro Tem, we do have some reportable action. Yeah.
You do report action. Thank you.
2 things to note. One, Brian Campbell, outside consultant, also joined us for item F4, not just F5 and F6. And then the council did provide unanimous direction to defend the case listed under item F2.
All right. So we are now adjourning to our regular meeting. So we get a calling order at 6:03 p.m. on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon.
Can we get a motion to adjourn first?
Oh,
A motion to,
second. Oh,
there we go.
all in favor?
Aye.
All right. So now we can roll call, or excuse me, call the order. Excuse me, that's beautiful. 6:03 p.m. Can we get a roll call for open session, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here.
Record shows that Mayor Brand and Councilmember MD are absent.
Good enough. All right, we're going to do a salute the flag, and then we're going to do a moment of silence. Thank you. All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Okay, we have no presentations or proclamations, but I'm going to let everyone go through who are here to do council announcements. So Councilmember Lowenstein, District 2.
A couple things. One is thank you to Police Department, Fire Department, and Public Works for successful Beach Life Ranch Festival this weekend. And I appreciate all the work you've done. Again, it's the marquee event, seems like, in our harbor these days. And everybody leaves the city with a great taste in their mouth. So I'm really happy about that. So thank you. The other thing I'd like to discuss or speak to is we have a community meeting tomorrow night, District 2, on Zoom from 6 to 7:30. You can register on District 2 City Council page on the website, redondo.org. And our discussions will be about the upcoming election for October 19th and the possibility of a dog run in Zuliger Park. So would love anybody that is around that area to come online and provide their input. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Horvath.
Yep. On the comments there about beach life, I'm excited that it was a good weekend as well. I am disappointed that a city-owned property had invited an outside initiative proponent to be tabling at that event, and that there was also cannabis delivery proponents there as well, and it was being advertised by that person. And I'll make a referral later tonight, but I find that really disappointing from us as a city to be condoning that. With that said, my community meeting will be this Saturday morning virtually, and we will be discussing Measure E on the October 19th special ballot.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Excited to be back here at council. I was off the last time. We're going to have our community meeting, District 4. Sorry, Councilmember Lowenstein, at the same time, 6:30.
It'll be live in person at Perry Park Senior Center, and we'll have our special guest will be your opportunity to meet our chief of fire, Pat Butler. And I'm very excited to have him. I've gotten an opportunity to get to know him a little bit, and it'll be great to have him up in District 4. And you can ask your questions to him at that time as well. In addition, I want to say thank you to the police officers, firefighters, and indeed Public Works as well for working all weekend. I saw officers out there every single day, all day long, and then they had to work their regular shifts start on Monday too. And Councilmember Lowenstein, I wouldn't be confident that everybody's leaving the city with a good taste in their mouth, because a lot of people at the Beach Life Festival were from Redondo, and that was an excellent thing to see, that the residents of the community were also enjoying this great festivity. I will say I was there also all weekend, no discount on tickets, pay full price, and I got to see Brandy Carlisle, and what she said, as you know, I won't say her words exactly, although this part was accurate. She called herself a happy gay, and for one of the first times, very comfortable performing in front of this Redondo Beach crowd. And she got a huge warm welcome and applause. And I love that we are that kind of community that welcomes everybody to our city and where everybody can feel welcome here. And couple more items real quick. Public Works, thank you for trimming the grass and then North Redondo Beach bike path. Also, Community Services, I want to shout out to y'all because I see that on our public access channel, there's a lot of good information. I don't know who did it. Maybe it's not Community Services, a lot of good information. So now if you go to your public access channel, I know on Spectrum is channel 8, you can see the graffiti hotline, you can see the traffic hotline, phone number, you find out about the election, any number of information, tons of information on there. Whereas before, all you'd see is the pictures of the council members. So I want to applaud the city and city staff for getting good information out to the residents. That's all, folks. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to do both of your districts better, but I call the date first for tomorrow night, my online community meeting, 6:30 tomorrow.
Collusion going on here, apparently.
Clearly, there's no collusion going on. There's no planning. Did it weeks ago, I'll tell you, we say that. And all joking aside, if our Chief Butler is available, he will join us if he is. If not, no worries. We had a great community meeting with him. It was awesome.
So give him a break.
Well, you know, there's no break here in Redondo Beach. We're making things happen. We are making things happen. We'll see that on the strategic plan tonight. Speaking of things that are happening, don't want to forget about the California Art 101 this last weekend. Last day, it was an amazing turnout from the public. They were absolutely overwhelmed. They sold way more art pieces than they expected. Their attendance was through the roof. They had people coming down talking about the opportunities and abilities to transform the old library from what it currently is to an event, art, music space, community space. So really want to thank the Art 101 team. It's a 501c3. Fantastic job. They were really happy. And of course, our Public Works that was there, Mike Klein that came down to find the light switch that was hidden. And so much went into that, so much love went into that. So thank you to the art people for that. Beach Life, didn't get a single complaint from anyone up until this morning at 9 o'clock when I checked my email. So someone complained after that. But no, in all seriousness, I didn't even hear where I'm at. So great job on that. Traffic was minimal to nothing. It was very, very happy. I was there on Friday. A lot of great attendance, a lot of outside people. So thank you to the Beach Life crew, to the city staff, making the place look fantastic. Want to go over some other city items. Compost event, October 1st, Saturday, October 1st. That's coming up a week and a half from now. It's always a sellout event. And I believe this time it's at the Performing Arts Center, I want to say. Yes, there you go. So do not go to the other location, go to the Performing Arts Center. I won't say the name. Performing Arts Center for compost, free compost. Very smart. Thank you for doing that because the line of cars is so long. So I'm sure that's kudos to you on that. They fixed the water problem early so you can resume your outdoor watering for your trees and bushes and parks and everywhere else. And the last thing I'm going to end with is Board of Appeals. If you are a contractor, licensed contractor, architect, engineer, we need you to sign up, including people on the commission or council here. If you know someone, we need to get going on that. So with that said, let's move forward with our agenda.
Before you move forward, may I make one announcement?
Approval of order agenda.
No, before we do that, actually.
There's an announcement.
I just wanted to make sure that the public is aware that we have a special election called for October 19th, 2022. And as of today, all the ballots have been mailed to every registered voter in the city. And we do have unlocked also by the county the 4 ballot drop boxes in the city as well. And they are located at the North Branch Library, the Main Branch Library, right here, right on at Riviera Triangle in the parking lot. And the 4th location is at Dominguez Park, adjacent to Morrell House. And if there's plenty of information on our website if you go to the city clerk's page and read about it, all about it. But look for your ballots in the mail with the sample ballot and vote accordingly and drop them in the mail as soon as possible or drop them in one of those convenient boxes. Also during business hours, the ballot drop box will be also in our office in the city clerk's office during open business hours as well. You can drop your ballots there. Thanks very much.
And all ballots are being tracked online. So when they get to you and when you send them back.
That's correct.
So just so everyone knows.
And
So thank you for that. Yeah.
May I,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem? And since the ballots are tracked, once you turn your ballot in, you will be left alone by all the campaigns. So vote Redondo, vote early. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So we have an agenda here in front of us. Everyone has seen it. Are we okay with the order of agenda, or would anyone like to change anything?
I have one request, if I could, Mayor Pro Tem. Item H11, we've received word this week that there's a chance we might be able to direct more of our payments, our fines, towards the special environmental project rather than actually paying the fine. So we're going to withdraw that tonight with your approval, and we'll bring that back to you if we can, which would be a good thing for us if we can direct more of that to the
We'll make
project.
a separate motion to withdraw that on our consent calendar. Right now, we're just going to do the order.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure that's clear
Got
for
it.
everybody that we're requesting pulling H11.
Perfect.
Motion to approve.
Order of agenda. Is there a
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Passes unanimously. All right. So we have no agency recesses. Do we have any blue folder items? I know we have one blue folder item. Anything else?
We had 2 blue folder items for J1, communications from the public on non-agenda items, and also 2 under M1, it's the mayor's appointments for the commission appointments.
Perfect. Is there a motion to take those to the record?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor? Aye. All right. Very nice. So consent calendar. So we are going to approve all.
Motion to pull and continue to an indefinite date, H11.
We'll do that in a second. I want to know, just so everyone knows, you can come down and speak about any one of these 19 items. We're going to approve all of them. Council, I'll let you guys choose first. Councilmember Lowenstein, do you want to take anything down?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein or Horvath?
Nope.
Councilmember Baji?
Just
H11?
H11.
All right. So is there a motion for that?
So moved.
All right.
Just to advise you, there are no public comments either. Oh, wait a minute. Nope.
All right. And no member from the public here wants to come down and speak about these 19 items, 18 items? All right. So motion to approve everything except for item H11. All in favor? Aye. All right, pass unanimously. Is there anything you need to read?
I have a lot to read.
Okay.
Okay, first item, under H6, adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2209-066, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting the City of Redondo Beach Conflict of Interest Code and repealing all other conflict of interest codes. Under H9, adopt by 4/5 vote in title only, resolution number CC-2209-067, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2022-23 budget modification to appropriate grant funds from the State of California Department of Parks and Recreation, Division of Boating and Waterways in the amount of $200,000 and $143,881 respectively to the Basin 2 Vessel Sewage Pump Outstation Upgrades Capital Project account. Also adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2209-068, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, prohibiting the use of skateboards and roller skating at the Redondo Beach Transit Center facility and parking areas. Under H14, adopt by title only, ordinance number 3242-22, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones in the coastal zone, consistent with state law and incorporating California Coastal Commission modifications. Adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2209-070, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, forwarding to the Coastal Commission the amendments to the Coastal Land Use Plan Implementation Ordinance, Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code, pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones in the coastal zone, consistent with state law and incorporating California Coastal Commission modifications. And last, there's two more. Adopted by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2209-071, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2022-23 budget modification to appropriate $150,000 in State Office of Traffic Safety grant funds to the city's intergovernmental grants fund. And lastly, adopted by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2209-072, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2022-23 budget modification to appropriate $250,000 in Los Angeles County Measure H funds to the Intergovernmental Grant Fund. And that concludes all items approved under consent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this brings us to the fun and exciting portion of the agenda. And that is the non-agenda portion, which any member of the public can come down and speak for 3 minutes. We will take the in-person first, then we will take Zoom comments and then e-comments. And then we go back to in-person. People that are having a little orange card will go first, and then non-orange card people will go second. You're limited to 30 minutes. For this, each speaker 3 minutes, but the entire event is 30 minutes, so it's 6:18 p.m. We'll go to 6:48, 6:49, we'll say, 6:49, write that down, make sure, in case there are. Anything that is said, we can't answer questions to, you make your statements, we kind of just listen and say thank you, and move on from there. So, first one up is Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Oops, wait 1 second.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, there you
Is
go.
it on?
Thank you.
Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. So I had a chance to listen to the Metro Planning and Programming Committee meeting last week, and plus they had an Olympics meeting. And here's a summary of useful points for us as follows. They discussed the Santa Ana line draft EIR and 405 freeway, and they have some very interesting parallels with us. In fact, it can sound a lot like they're talking about the Green Line. I have to say it was refreshing to hear, and you'll see why. The big emphasis was on their concern about resolving all shareholder comments. They are very concerned about potential added costs being unmanageable on the back end. They mentioned they cannot approach feds for more funding if cities, shareholders, et cetera, are not all in alignment with their approvals. And so they are seeking approval on their project from affected shareholders, and they can't go forward without them. So they refer to the Santa Ana line fatal flaws. They have risk contingencies. They acknowledge their fine line with potential disaster. Utility conflicts, gas lines, soils and stability issues. They need to ensure what they build can be supported. They said those exact words. Freight relocation, the freight move must be complete before they can start the light rail build. They can't interrupt service while moving freight tracks, and they can't move forward without their approval from the Union Pacific for the Santa Ana line. They need to affirm assumptions made in the draft EIR through exploration of unforeseen conditions. Does that sound familiar? There was mention of their equity policy. They referenced the multimodal policies, which takes us back to the multimodal objectives report I worked on covering equity disparities. Another thing they commented on was disconnected communities, and the description of that is exactly what would happen to Rexton and Condon, but mostly a lot in Lawndale in a devastating way. It would separate that community completely and take away their green space. They say their main objectives overall are safety and economic vitality, and that's precisely our emphasis for the Hawthorne elevated option. So safety, get it out of our backyards, children walking to school, economic vitality, Galleria, obvious, and we must stand our ground. Never agree to anything on the right-of-way, trench, not trench, retaining walls, new windows, air conditioners, nothing. We don't need to accept anything. Let's not be gaslit into acceptance of what's bad for us. And thank you for your continued support.
All right, next up is Joan Irvine, and then it's anyone else who wants to come down and speak.
Joan Irvine, District 1. City Council, city staff, and fellow Redondo residents. As people know, I support cannabis legalization, but there are very strict regulations on age restrictions, advertising, and where cannabis can be marketed and sold, as the people in Redondo have been asking for. When Beach Life for the second time advertised illegally about illegal cannabis delivery, plus there were cannabis companies exhibiting where children were, just to let you know, I don't have copies, there were children there. I wrote to city officials. It was at the last minute. Nobody responded, so I posted on Facebook. The cannabis industry wants its entry into Redondo done correctly and respectfully, and I've been working on this for over 5 years. Why did Catalyst, Elliott, who was behind Measure E, exhibit and not the city to talk about cannabis? I love that Alan holds a Beach Life event in Redondo for many to enjoy, and that city coffers are being filled. But if it had been a cannabis event doing the same thing, it would have been shut down or at least heavily sanctioned. It should be a level playing field for all. Alan called me out on Facebook. Just a couple of words he said, Joan, don't politicize Beach Life. I wasn't doing that. People have a right to advertise and voice opinions. We had a couple more dialogues and he ended with MEH. I had to look this up. It means bored and dismissive. Wow, about doing the right thing and protecting children. As I said, there were families there. There were children there. Alan, you wrote the right to advertise and voice opinions. In other words, freedom of speech. I understand this. I was on the board of the Free Speech Coalition. I spoke at several times at the First Amendment Lawyers Association. I was a guest lecturer at a class at New York Law School that was taught by Professor Nadine Straussen, who was the first female president of the ACLU. I worked with Nadine and other experts developing free speech policies for high-risk top-level domains. Throughout these, there was one consistent saying that you and everybody else has to remember: freedom isn't free, even if it is pay to play. I want to conclude with, please implement the recently passed legal local control cannabis ordinances and vote no on Measure E. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public that's here? I see one taker. Come on down.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Leslie Campeggi, Redondo Beach. I'm going to echo what Joan Irvine said and what Councilmember Horvath alluded to at the beginning of the meeting. Beach Life, I'm not a country person, so I didn't go to the Beach Life, but I did hear that Measure E proponents were there advertising. And I heard some videos that were posted, I can't even remember where, there's all these social media sites, saying that delivery was legal in Redondo Beach, which it's not. And I remember the city attorney specifically saying it's not legal. And yet there were people working a booth for the proponents of Measure E, who were saying that delivery was legal. As Joan Irvine mentioned, they were admonished before for not advertising, and yet here we are at a venue where there are children and they're advertising cannabis sales. This is not an anti-cannabis speech or a pro-cannabis speech, but we shouldn't be doing that. As far as it being city property and Mr. Sanford's contract, I don't know what that entails. I don't know if you can amend that contract where you have to approve who the vendors and exhibitors are. I'm not sure of what those specifics are, but I would encourage you to take a look at doing whatever you can to do that. I would encourage the city attorney to take a look and see if there were laws that were broken by advertising cannabis at that venue where minors are present, to take a look at that. And I also thought it was a shame when I saw Mr. Sanford's response. I did see that on, I guess it was Facebook, where his response to Ms. Irvine's comment was meh, M-E-H. I thought that was very rude and disrespectful. Otherwise, keep going with the Beach Life Festivals because everybody does seem to enjoy them, and there doesn't seem to be any problems associated with it as far as anything untoward going on in our city and people being welcomed into our city. So that part is really great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else here in person who'd like to come down and speak?
Good evening, Jonathan Swetko. I won't have to say much more than that. I want to thank Leslie and Joan both for bringing that attention to here, something we had back in May. I will ask, though, the council, if possible, later tonight when we have on the next agenda item to discuss the tax issue on here. What exactly is the city going to do to communicate in regards to Measure E? I do understand that we are limited as to how we can communicate, but we do have the ability to put out facts on that. And if it's an opportunity to speak with the city attorney or otherwise tonight so we can have clarity on how we can message on that, I'd welcome it. Thank you very much. For the record, no on Measure E.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else in person that would like to speak in person? Okay, are there any Zoom or E comments?
We do have two members that have registered to speak on Zoom. The first one would be Candace Nafisi.
Hello, this is Candace Nafisi, District 3, calling for two reasons. I also want to express my really big disappointment to see the yes on Measure E people at Beach Life. It's sad that we have a big contract with Beach Life and this was allowed to happen. This would be something that I would deeply look into as you guys are negotiating the contracts for the city, that you guys include opportunities to prohibit anything like this happening moving forward. I think it's a huge missed opportunity for us. The second thing I wanted to share is the Beryl community is rallying around a little boy named Kingston Navarro who attends Beryl Elementary School. And we are raising money for some much needed cancer treatments that this little boy has. And so there is a GoFundMe that's circulating in many different arenas. And we're asking our community to kind of wrap our hands around him to support the family and this little boy during his second time getting cancer in his life. And this little boy is only 8 years old. And while there's a lot of competing priorities in the city right now, we're asking for your support for this family right now. You can reach out to me and email me, or you can call me at 310-245-5871. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
That would be Jeffrey Hazeltine.
Hi. I missed the last meeting when you guys were talking about the bike path and you had your presentations. So I just wanted to give you my 2 cents. First, I want to consider safety first. I spend, 4 days, 40 miles a day on the bike path. And if you spent any time at all down there, you know that it's only a matter of time before one of those big defensive end-sized guys on a big heavy motorbike creams either an ear-podded jogger making a no-look U-turn or some little kid with his mom who's too busy on their phone, and the kid doesn't stay in his lane on his scooter. He's going to get creamed either by one of these big guys going down the road, the bike path at 30 miles an hour, 28, it's close enough to 30, or 4 kids on their e-bikes riding 4 abreast. Okay, so the city council has the last clear chance, I think, to prevent some major sadness for some family. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware. It seems like city council is just waiting for the county to educate or waiting for the local police department to educate, but I don't think education is going to do it. Some enforcement is essential. So 20 miles per hour is too fast on the bike path. And class 1 and class 2 both can do 20 miles an hour, class 1 with the pedal assist, class 2 with the throttle assist. Class 3 goes to 28, and there's no throttle on a class 3 e-bike. Now, by law, there's a label on each of these bikes, and it's supposed to be prominently displayed, so police officers could inspect the bikes to make sure that there's no class 3 bikes on the bike path. Because, let me see, so the law, let me see, Vehicle Code 21207.5 states that motorized bicycle or class 3 electric bicycle shall not be operated on a bicycle path or trail, bikeway, or bicycle lane unless it is within or adjacent to a roadway or unless the local authority or governing body of a public agency having jurisdiction over the path, that's us, permits it by ordinance. So they're illegal unless we allow it. So I think that's something we need to consider, work with the other cities and make the bicycle paths safe. The presentation 2 weeks ago, the one that was made by that couple, I don't know where they're from, but it's some consortium of beach cities, blah, blah, blah. It seems like they are car-centric and they're mostly working to kind of gain access for their electric vehicles onto bicycle infrastructure. In their presentation, the pictures in their slideshow, the pictures of the vehicles were all electric vehicles.
Time.
And 25 miles an hour is not low speed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else?
We have no speakers, other speakers on Zoom, but we do have some e-comments if you wish them to be read out loud.
Yeah, we should make a decision about e-comments, but we won't have them read out loud. But for today, we'll let them go through, go from there. Yeah.
Okey-doke. The first comment is submitted by Laura Duke. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. It's important that you and the community know about what would be the biggest misuse of public zoned property in Redondo history. This is an email I sent to LAFCO, the LAFCO group, in hopes they will help with the dissolving of BCHD in the event they continue with their misguided HLC project. For those who don't know, LAFCO monitors and regulates local agencies like health districts. Quote unquote, I support LAFCO's staff recommendation to reduce Beach City's health district's sphere of influence to only their jurisdictional boundaries, i.e. to the 3 beach cities. Furthermore, if they do not and also do not cancel their Healthy Living Campus project, I support and encourage LAFCO's staff to immediately begin proceedings to dismantle Beach City's health district in its entirety. The HLC plan would give away public zoned land for private commercial use. This means this plan would be a complete misuse of all Redondo Beach's residents' property, what this zone essentially is, which was meant to be for community only uses, and if a building should be a public facility only. Examples of by rights uses in the zone rules are libraries, local government buildings, schools, a cultural center, literally any building that residents would benefit from at no cost to them except the taxes they pay for the developing of said building. This type of zone, P-CF, public community facility, is in no way supposed to support a private project like the one BCHD's board members have approved and no one else wants. These board members who are supported to represent the community have ignored that very community's input and proceeded with their detrimental plan, a plan, by the way, that would not benefit the 3 cities BCHD is supposed to represent. Closed quote. I have sent my view to the planning commissioners who would be the first to consider it, but in the event it should also make it to you on the city council for the health and wellness of the city and its people, please turn down this project. Submitted by Eugene Solomon. Dear Council, we have an election coming up on October 19th. The City Council staff and residents worked diligently over the last several years to create a retail cannabis ordinance. Let's keep that work in place. Please have everyone vote no on Measure E, October 19th. Vote no on the Obagi recall, October 19th. Then submitted by Brianna Egan. This weekend, we learned of another horrific car-on-bike collision in Redondo, this time involving a motorist driving a truck and a teen on an e-bike. The crash occurred on Ringe and Marshall Field. The man in the truck hit the teen and dragged him under the truck, then stopped and took off in a hit and run. The victim had multiple injuries and went to the ER. The family is now raising funds on GoFundMe. These serious collisions occur on a weekly basis, causing physical and emotional trauma to victims and their families, not to mention significant medical bills. It's only a matter of time before someone else is killed. Helmets and bicycle education only go so far when we put bikes on the same roads as large cars with no physical barrier protection. The Stop de Kindermoord movement in the Netherlands was started in response to the death of a journalist's child and led to significant reforms to redesign streets to make walking and biking safer. In the US, we continue to prioritize car movement over the other modes, resulting in untold number of preventable deaths and injuries every year of pedestrians and cyclists, including young children. Traffic violence is a significant public health burden and affects our community directly. Here are several things City Council can do right now to address bicycle safety. 1, map safe bike routes to schools, particularly routes from North and South Redondo to Redondo Union High School. Initiate quick build projects to create barrier protected bike lanes on the full length of these routes. 2, implement a parking permit system for North Redondo residents in the Artesia area to reduce parking pressure and crowding on city streets. Restrict parking near street corners and bulb outs to improve visibility and sight lines for drivers and passing bicyclists. 3, convert one-way streets with 2 lanes of parking to one-way with 1 lane of parking and 2 bidirectional bike lanes. There will always be some resistance to these changes, but don't be deterred from trying for that reason. Be proactive, do more than the bare bones, LTN. Better bike infrastructure will improve everyone's quality of life and stop unnecessary disability and death. That concludes non-agenda items for communications.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else here in person that would like to, one last go, bite of the apple? Going once, going twice? All right. That's it, 6:38, perfect. So onward to the next item. So we have items continued from previous agenda. So we've had our Mayor Brand has made his choices for commission seats. It was he was going to do it a few weeks ago. He was actually going to be here tonight for this portion of it, and last minute he decided to not be here. So I'll read out the commission appointments that he has chosen for Budget and Finance Commission. I believe he's reappointing VJ Hesty, and then appointing a new one, Chadwick Castle. Harbor Commission, reappointing Roger Carlson, and he is doing the qualification aspect of the Harbor Commission, which is engineering. Historical Commission, Jacqueline Warstadt, and Housing Authority, Rafael Lyonez. Planning Commission, Gail Hazeltine. And Public Art Commission, Christian Kelly for at-large. And then Juan Melendez as well, Cultural Arts position. She fits into the position for that. Public Safety, Alan Kleinbaum, you're being reappointed. Public Works, John Simpson, and he's being reappointed. And then a new position being filled, Candace Nafisi, who's being moved from Library Commission. And I believe that means there's an opening at the Library Commission. So she's filling out a full term there. And then Recreation Parks, Roger Light for a full term there. And I believe he's being reappointed as well. Before I go any further, and we take any motions to talk about this, point of clarification, we had this discussion a few times, I believe, and that is on the Harbor Commission. There are a couple of positions that are required to be filled. One of them is the HAPLA, the Harbor peer lease association, which no longer exists. And I know we've talked about this before. It is still in our municipal code that group, which no longer exists, can recommend a person. Does anyone here know what happened in that discussion or what we did? That was, I believe, when Councilman Grant was here too. It was supposed to come back for changes, I believe. As far as I remember, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I vaguely recall that discussion as well, and I can't remember precisely if that was going to be something brought back as part of just a basic charter bylaw review or something else. So if that's
Not a charter ordinance, I believe.
or if it's in the sort of a periodic review of how we manage our commissions. So, but whatever it might be, if that's a discussion the council would like to have, that really the constitution of the Harbor Commission and the Muni Code, it's something we can discuss. If you'd like, as a referral later, we could also talk about that in conjunction with our discussion regarding the Environmental Advisory Commission that we're bringing about.
Okay.
And that also talks about possibly merging commissions or adding those duties to a new commission. We could theoretically engage in that conversation then too, if you'd like, but probably would need a referral on that just to make sure we're clear on it.
I was going to do it as part of this motion when we pass this to direct you guys to come back and update this. And there is the other. Do you remember this discussion, Mr. Webb, our city attorney?
I do. I think we can bring it back probably in the October meeting. I think there was, we had discussions with the clerk and Stephen Proud, and then Stephen Proud left. So we just need to get some input from the new harbor director as to, there's different options that you can have. So it should have been brought back prior to this cycle of appointments, and we'll correct that in October collectively.
Yep, got it. And I believe part of that discussion, if I remember correctly, was something about having a political action committee, which is one of the reasons why it got delayed. Because I believe there's an open political action committee for the King Harbor Association, or King Harbor Political Action Committee. It's not the King Harbor group. It's the old Joanne Turk, part of the leaseholder over there, if I remember correctly.
I remember the discussion. Okay. I don't remember if the motion that passed had to do with that, but there were different options that we discussed with former department head Proud, because there were some issues in terms of workability, how you did that. So I think there were like options that would come back. So we could bring
years ago, I think, at least.
Yeah, I just don't remember.
2 or 3 years ago at least.
So I'll bring, when the clerk is back at the office, which it may be later in October. I think she's out until this month. Okay. And so as soon as she's back, I'll talk to her and I'll talk to Greg tomorrow.
Perfect.
So yeah, I do remember it. I don't know exactly what happened.
Okay. Is there any motions for this item before we go to public comment, or anyone speaker requests? Councilmember Baji?
Yeah, just want to thank the mayor, although he's not here, for appointing a lot of District 4 residents, Rafael Lainez, Juan Melendez, John Simpson, and I'm thankful to see so many of my neighbors, VJ Just, so many of my neighbors, active in our city government. So that's great. Yeah. And I think we've got a strong, pool of folks here joining our commissions.
VJ's a reappointment. When I talked to the mayor, he specifically wanted to reappoint another District 4. Right. Because you guys did a great job getting everyone down here.
Which is amazing, because VJ didn't even apply to be on the Budget and Finance Commission. So, and he got on it. So, and for a second term now. Right.
Finishing up one. All right. Is there
approve?
Second.
All right. Is anyone from the public that would like to come down and speak on this item? Anyone? Going once? Going to Zoom?
Zoom? And let me just double check. Any comments? I don't think so. No, we're good.
All right. Last chance. All right. We're voting. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain.
So
sorry, did I hear?
3-0.
Abstain.
301.
301. Okay. That brings us to the next item, item N1. So this is discussion on draft ordinance for, storefront improvement program for the International Boardwalk. I know, just so everyone knows, we've done a storefront improvement program on Artesia Boulevard, and there was some money left over there, and we've talked about doing citywide, and specifically on this budget, we wanted to focus in on International Boardwalk and beautify the International Boardwalk, anything from painting the ground, making it beautiful, putting some lipstick on that pig, and this is gonna be, before we bring that pig out to make it better, so. Well, yeah, it's true. I should not. All right. So without further ado.
Thank you. If I can get my PowerPoint on the overhead.
There you go.
For that great summary. So it's exactly it, Storefront Improvement Program. We're looking to freshen up the outside decor and the area of International Boardwalk. I know everyone's familiar with International Boardwalk. For maybe those in the audience and they're at home, this is the area in Basin 3, which is surrounded by the commercial development there, surrounded in red. So a little background first. This was a strategic plan goal of the City Council. It's essentially a program where we match funding for specific improvements to the outside of a tenant space. This isn't for shared spaces such as walkways, light poles, or restrooms, but actually improvements to the outside of the buildings themselves. This was really modeled after that Artesia storefront improvement program that was mentioned. And there's essentially 3 different tiers that are offered. Tier 1 is, maybe your more straightforward projects, new paint, signage, and awnings. The city will match, whatever the cost is, up to $2,500. Tier 2 is a little more substantial. It's window replacements, changing out exterior materials such as wood to tile, improving entryways for ADA compliance, new doors, things like that. Again, we'll match up to 50% of the cost, up to $10,000. And then finally, we have a tier 3, and it's really reserved for our larger storefronts. There's only 3 in the area that measure over 100 feet in width. And we just thought we should accommodate for the additional material that could be required. So we upped the matching grant to 50%. In all 3 tiers, you can use some of the money, up to $1,000, for architectural and design services as well. So here's a list of just the eligible improvements. I won't go over all of these. We went over most of them. Here's just some examples of what storefront improvement programs can accomplish. Funding-wise, council recently appropriated $200,000 this fiscal year from the Uplands Fund to cover the grant for this program. If successful, staff will request additional funding in the future to keep the program going. And with that, staff recommends City Council approve implementation of the program. That concludes my presentation, and I'm here to field any questions that you may have.
Wow, that was quick. So how much did you say was in this item? How much money did we put?
200,000.
So this is modeling over the same program we had on Artesia Boulevard, correct? What you just said. So number-wise.
Number-wise, tier 3 went up a bit. It was really done because we got a cost estimate from one of our tenants out there, and we realized just how expensive it can be out in the waterfront. So with those tenant storefronts being so wide, over 100 feet in width, tier 3 was increased from, the Artesia program was $20,000. This is actually $50,000. So there's that slight variation.
Okay. So if we put in $200,000, how much approximately would that mean that the private tenants would be?
200.
200
It's
as well?
a 50% matching program.
Right.
So, yeah. So we're trying to stimulate it, really double that investment.
Okay.
And in most cases, you might recall on Artesia, we actually saw a much greater factor there. I mean, we put in an amount that would have hit the maximum threshold, and then the private sector would have actually enhanced their portion, and thereby lowering our matching figures. So it will likely stimulate more than $200,000 of additional investment.
So I like to make sure we do this and we have some sort of verifiable number out there. We put in X dollars, we get back over X amount of time. I know it's very hard to do, but I do believe we should be doing that. But regardless of that, citywide, I don't think we should be pursuing this citywide, but I am going to a proponent of this because this is city property, so everyone understands. 100% city property. We lease this space out. It needs the work. We own it. We should take some ownership on this. I know if you look at Captain Kids right next door, they just recently redid their asphalt, their parking lot, and really needed to get done. We helped them out with that. That was a big tenant improvement that we helped out. So that was great. Big kudos to them. They've been doing great business. So is Quality Seafood. So I'd be in total favor of moving this forward regarding the King Harbor Association. Is there any conversation with them and integrating with them and getting some type of programming to go along with this? Do they know that this is going on?
They do know about it, but they also know it's just right now secluded to International Boardwalk.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly work with them, but yeah, the boardwalk is just a small contingent of the broader King Harbor Association's interests. So you'll see in the strategic planning objective later, we talk about bringing back the results of our sort of business by business inquiry as it relates to bringing about an association that represents kind of a different arc of businesses in the pier and waterfront areas. So, this is a fairly limited location. But to your earlier point about ROI, the nice thing is these are all direct tenants of ours. So tracking their performance before and after improvements is going to be a much easier thing for us to do.
Regarding sales.
Yeah, certainly with regards to sales. I mean, an office tenant, of course, it's going to be difficult to know exactly how they're performing.
We only have like one or two.
Yeah, that's going to be more of a physical determination.
Okay.
If I could comment on King Harbor Association, I know they're interested in participating, but I think you might have mentioned their members go all the way from where Tarzan used to be all the way down on the International.
Yeah, they're
So
really
it's
all
not
the way
just
to Basin 1,
not just, so
Majestic down.
But I would definitely recommend reaching out to Chris Bredesen from King Harbor because they're definitely interested, for sure.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so I mean, I support it, but my concern is that, we need a longer term plan. We know that that area is deficient, they're not great spaces where, to the point made by the Mayor Pro Tem, right? We are putting lipstick on something, just to kind of make it look prettier. But really what we should be doing is having a long-term plan there for reinvesting in that area. If it's going to continue to function the way it does now, and that's ultimately what you want or the council wants or the city residents want, then, we should be apportioning monies towards really figuring out what needs to happen down there and not just taking this kind of half-assed, approach, because that all this does is just make it okay for now, but it needs longer-term investment, and we should be talking about that more seriously.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I'd say to that is certainly we have to have a long-term commercial vision for the boardwalk. I would argue the King Harbor Amenities Plan right now is sort of where we're focusing our waterfront visioning and strategic planning efforts. There's really a limit to how much bandwidth we have to sort of execute all phases of pier revitalization. And I would also argue that for now, this is an investment, on a shorter term basis, clearly not a 50-year term, but it stimulates hopefully additional business spending that buoys the uplands for the next 5 to 10 years, which hopefully generates additional income that will allow us to invest and set money aside for longer term improvements. So I don't think it's lost on anybody that we have hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure need when you start tabulating the waterfront area, and there's going to only be so much we can do at once, right?
Yeah, I mean, we did put in, how much was that, Councilmember?
$500,000, $500,000 for repaving, $400,000, I think, for repainting.
Like $500 million.
I think it was about total about 900.
That's like dentures at that point in time for that big.
Yeah, we're redoing the parking structure and.
Yeah, lipstick on a butterfly. Yeah,
Lipstick on a butterfly. Got new wings.
Very smart animals, right?
So
they are very smart.
Really, the boardwalk's probably first significant infrastructure improvement is going to be to address sea level rise. It's going to be our seat wall and seawall rehabilitation, which we all know to be probably a $10 to $15 million endeavor. So yeah, we have significant need down there that we have to address. It's clear.
It won't be part of this program specifically, but maybe we can get the King Harbor Association to help with the signage and the wayfaring. Can that be part of the long-term
That's actually a part of the amenities plan as well.
Right, okay.
Right.
Yeah, that'll come to us next month.
Yeah, you'll see that October 18th.
Councilmember Lowenstein and then Councilmember Baji, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Long time coming. Thank you very much for this. The 3 storefronts, I assume Quality Seafood is one, where the Fun Factory used to be is another?
And Naja's is the third.
Which one?
Naja's?
Naja's, okay. I didn't realize it was 100 feet, but yeah, that makes sense. Related to people participating, are we going to walk this and talk to each of the merchants and, lessees about?
This is a little easier to, excuse me, advertise than Artesia Boulevard. We can just go
Right.
out there and knock on doors.
Okay. Are we going to, I know we talked about stepping up maintenance down there. We hired a new maintenance supervisor. I think, are putting more money into that. Is that happening as well at the same time?
Yeah, absolutely. All these efforts run in parallel. We actually have received a pretty good batch of applications. I don't see Ted here for the harbor maintenance manager position that you created in the budget. We're evaluating and bringing those individuals in for oral interviews here shortly. I think that's going to be the big change that you'll see, somebody truly dedicated at that level to evaluating what we need and how we go about delivering that maintenance service. So yeah, all of this is happening in parallel, including the capital planning effort associated with the resurfacing of the boardwalk itself.
Okay. And then finally, we did appropriate money for painting the outsides. I think maybe we bring this to the Harbor Commission or somebody about some type of a paint scheme down there, and also maybe signage, because we have a hodgepodge of different colors. We've got a hodgepodge of signage. Some people have brought the idea of having neon signs down there. Some people don't like it. I think it would be great for the Harbor Commission to mull on both of those things. It seems, the area seems disjointed. You've got all different looks down there. And I think it's one of the things that hinders it, is it would be nice to have some type of a cohesive look. Being that Pier Plaza is the same color, it's got its other issues, but there is some degree of uniformity down there. And I think that would be nice to have for the International Boardwalk, especially with new fresh coats of paint. That's in addition to this money, correct?
Yeah, it is in addition to this money. And I would say that the nice part about this program is these applications come in and we get to evaluate the different schemes and the different proposals. Okay. And we can try to the extent that we can as staff, is to try to bridge the schematic coloring together so we don't have, massive kind of glaring from one business to the next. Yeah. We don't want it to be the sort of zebra approach to planning, but we have an ability to I think manage that a little bit through the application process. And ultimately you'll recall the city council will approve these agreements and receive a presentation from us on what's been proposed. And if you'd like, we can certainly take it to Harbor Commission before we bring it to council as well.
It'd be up to the other members of the council what they feel about that, but they may want to weigh in. The other thing I'd like to ask is the dining decks above some of these places. Are we getting new furniture and things like that down there for them? Because there's a degree of temporariness to it.
Very true. And we definitely incorporated the outdoor dining into the amenities plan so that we can get essentially SWA, a designing firm to kind of help us out with that furniture. Mm-hmm. So once the amenity plan is brought to you guys next month, we can probably take some action there as well for a permanent program.
Just answer my next question. When is it going to be brought to us?
October 18th.
Beginning to end of next month?
October 18th.
Great. Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Baji.
On that front, can you preview to us, maybe not, what the amenities plan is saying to do with the International Boardwalk? Because obviously we're throwing in another $200,000. We should kind of know where we're going with it, right?
Yeah, correct. So ultimately, it does talk about sea level rise. It talks about improving the pedestrian, the bike linkages up above. It talks about the outdoor dining up above. It talks about kind of creating a cohesive, more permanent, not the asphalt that you see out there, but maybe pavers, something like along those lines. Improving the bike nodes, and bike nodes could mean both bike parking and kind of bike maintenance areas. Signage, wayfinding, kind of a cohesive area for not only International Boardwalk, but tying in the entire
As far as the
area.
skeleton goes, where the old boat storage areas are that are now stores, that's going to all remain the same, right? We assume.
Right.
Yeah, I think the way I would answer that or add to that is that the amenity plan provides suggestions on public space, right? Common area, area that we control, much like the rest of the waterfront that we're improving. It's really about the public amenity side of the equation. It doesn't really opine on what we should be doing with the commercial space. I think it's leaving kind of the commercial discussion for another day. So, eventually we'll be doing that through leasing and other strategies as kind of a follow-up action. I think for now, the focus is really how do we improve the space that we control and ultimately try to fund it, which is a challenge.
On the storefront improvement plan on Artesia Boulevard that Ms. House did such a great job with getting out to storefront owners and the like, do we know how much of that money has actually been deployed? As you know, I know that people had applied and had received grants or been told that they could get money. Do we know where that is? If those have all been built out or none have, some have? Sorry to put you on the spot here.
So I apologize. I haven't looked at those numbers in a while, but we did dispense of most of it. I think we maybe had around $45,000 left. 40?
Yeah, which I think if our total appropriations, I think we got close to $200,000 in total appropriations. So my estimate is we just deployed about $150,000.
We also had to grant some extensions because of COVID. So the very latest batch, we were giving them 6 months to a year extra so they can finish their projects.
Okay.
I will say, I don't think there's any application that was submitted that ultimately the business didn't have a chance to follow through and execute.
Yeah.
I don't think we have anything that's lingering or outstanding. I think everything's either been built or they've withdrawn.
To see, let's say for the council to see, hey, look, this was the building before, here's what it looks like now. I know you did that presentation when you're pitching to us the approval of these projects, but I don't think we saw them after the fact when they actually got constructed, right?
Yeah, you would have seen periodic updates, but I don't know if you saw the final,
yeah,
So
okay.
we could do an inventory at some point that shows you that.
Cool. I support this. I know that they had complained down there about Wi-Fi and the internet speeds. Are they still dealing with that down there at the International Boardwalk?
I think we've addressed the interior business issues for the most part, at least the best we can with our current, wireless and data providers. I think the bigger lingering issue that we're going to have to tackle collectively with the cellular networks is improving this, just really the cellular infrastructure that's down there for public phones, and then what we're going to be doing for our own Wi-Fi technology if we can ever get there. And I think that'll be part and parcel to our public garage camera security program and the hardwiring that we'll do there, along with some other IT upgrades down the road. Not easy, candidly.
One of the issues is it's in the coastal zone, right? So towers are at a...
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a proposal, actually, there were two proposals for towers off of Torrance Circle that would have been in the uplands, as well as I think a tower that was proposed for the top of Crown, now Sonesta. One of them had withdrawn, and I'm not sure why, but it's something that I think would make sense. We need additional cellular technology down there. Your cell phone doesn't work too well in the parking structure.
Yeah, I think Wi-Fi is desperately needed down there.
Yeah.
Public Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it's just something we got to build out.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Well, I'll make a motion to approve the expansion of the storefront improvement program here.
I'll second it.
Okay. Anyone from the public wants to come down and speak? I don't have any cards right now.
Irvine District. And all it does is remind me of keep the Esplanade beautiful. So I would, where we have pavers that you can't get a machine on because it would destroy the pavers, and they're porous, and the urine and all that stuff. And, Mike, as you know, we got started on this, almost 10 years ago. So I would ask that you make sure you look at the type of pavers that you have, and that Public Works can have a machine that does the cleaning and not having to come through and do it the power washing. So just wanted to say that.
Yeah, we have machines specific to the pier that are really, they look like small Zambonis, for the Pier Plaza area. And yeah, I think when we say pavers, I think that's more of a decorative term. We're talking about stamped concrete or colored concrete or some type of improvement that would ultimately beautify that space. So we've had that conversation here a few times.
I will say the boardwalk looked really good before Beach Life. It was cleaned up really nicely by
Yeah, I think we've put a little more emphasis on the landscaping of late. I think we're close to having a more sustainable contract down there. I think our own property managers has been asked to step up efforts a bit too. I think those are paying some dividends. You know, Greg's watching it and Lori pretty closely. So yeah, we've got a lot more work to do, but I think there has been a bit of a turning of the tide.
Fantastic. Yeah, good call on the pavers, because that's an issue on the Esplanade.
Yeah, well, I mean, and pavers create a lot of issues there from a water displacement standpoint, and everything else. We'll have to bring a design back to you that's sustainable.
Right. All right. Anyone else in the public want to speak on this item? Okay.
We have no one on Zoom, but I do have any comment.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Submitted by Laura Duke. I'm so glad to hear of this improvement program for the International Boardwalk. Please also consider 2 other things in addition to repairs of the physical storefronts. There needs to be a focus on what makes people feel good about being in a place. I was surprised to see landscaping omitted in the list of detailed improvements. There needs to be living plants all around, whether hanging plants in front of storefronts to potted plants or a combination. Think of a yard you like to look at and be in, or streets that are nice to walk on. They are always nicely landscaped and bring us into nature. This is very important for beautification and has a calming effect on people. The other needed thing is bike racks on the boardwalk. Take a note from the Riviera Village bike rack improvements. Bike racks themselves can be little art installations, are functional and desperately needed at the boardwalk. Currently, cyclists lock up to the fence railings in droves in front of all of the businesses. This causes an eyesore of stacked bicycles, not to mention damaged railings caused by cyclists locking up the rails not designed for such a thing. Also, it's a hazard to pedestrians having to walk around stacks of bikes. Set designated bike corrals, perhaps in front of the old Fun Factory and on the other side by R10 and the Sling Boat launch. And to tie back to the plants. Now there would be room for those lovely potted plants along the boardwalk. Please make these 2 very important needs a priority to help with the International Boardwalk Beautification Program. One more wish list item. While we have the paint out, could the city or group of businesses please consider popping up to the pier and updating the paint job on the sails? These are lovely art installations that feel dated because of lack of maintenance for far too long. It would bring a whole new feel to the pier itself with a more modern paint color scheme. A little sanding and fresh paint would bring them alive again. Thank you very much and can't wait to see the changes. Laura Duke, Redondo Beach.
Fantastic. All right. Any more speakers?
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Leslie Campeggy, Redondo Beach. Listening to what the e-comment said on bike racks, bikes aren't allowed on the International Boardwalk in front of those storefronts and the lower level. So if we were to put bike racks all along there, then that would be contrary to what is not allowed on the International Boardwalk. They are allowed on the upper area where the outdoor dining is. They're also allowed where R10 is to place them where the old Fun Factory would be, or where the old Fun Factory was, would also not be a good thing because people would be walking their bikes or riding their bikes through an area where they're prohibited. When it comes to whatever signage that you do for the area, it would be nice if the entrance points made it very clear that bikes are not allowed, dogs are not allowed in that area, especially if there becomes a dog park at Zuliger Park when it's right there, okay? Then you're gonna see people and their dogs in that area. So these are things to be thinking about when you're doing signage. When they repainted the lamp posts down there, they didn't put any of those signs back up that said no bikes, no dogs, no skateboards. Well, they were pictures with, little things with a line through it. So we should think about having signage that is more prominent to the entry points to the areas where bikes are not allowed, where dogs are not allowed, and where skateboards are not allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, you could walk your bike, as far as I know, but you can't ride your bike. But dogs are not allowed, even if you carry them.
And we did change all those lamps post, as well as, I think, aren't we painting the sails? Isn't that?
Yeah, that's what's on the consent calendar there.
Yeah, we have a CIP for the sail replacement where We've already have a contractor ready to go for replacement of all the railings. So we'll see new railings here, fabricated in some cases, repaired and rehabilitated in others, installed. We've got, I think, another 270 of them or something to do. So yeah, there are a lot of improvements like that. It's a good point about the signage on the new light post. I'm not sure where we're at with that. We'll certainly follow up.
So a lot of stuff going on down there, which is great.
Yeah.
If I may,
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Campeggi is correct in that the bike path is on the top level, and it'd be very difficult, especially with these new e-bikes and stuff, to take them down the stairs to get down there. And so the bike racks shouldn't go there. The bike racks were naturally where you're supposed to get off your bike at the pier. That's the closest bike parking area. And then the other one could be where Beach Life had the bike valet, which is kind of an open space that they caged in. Maybe put a couple
Where
bike
the
racks
flagpole is there at the, I guess, right behind R10, there are a number of bike racks. There's tons of bike racks there.
Yeah, so there's ample. Maybe signs indicating bike racks that way, and something like that.
So what is this current status of the outdoor dining? I mean, if we're spending all this money there, the garden parklets that are there.
Greg, maybe you can comment on this. I don't think, I'm not sure since the COVID has kind of subsided, I don't know how regularly used all of those parklets are.
We've continued the temporary program until the permanent program has been established. We've at least offered that. There's not too many actually utilizing it right now. The reason why we extended it one more year is because we folded the outdoor dining furniture design into the SWA amenities plan. So we wanted to get a designing component in there for that. But yeah, I think there's only one or two businesses even
Are utilizing
it right now.
I think it was cost prohibitive for them.
Yeah, they had.
I heard one or two of the restaurateurs being like, it's too expensive.
They had some difficulties, I think, staffing it. I think it wasn't as convenient getting up and down the stairs and serving drinks and food. And, once COVID rules were relaxed and they could go back indoors, I think a lot of them pulled back on it. So we'll have to revisit that status of that program and whether or not it makes sense to continue.
My only question then be, it's not worth it to include part of this money programming for that?
I think we focus, the great thing about this program, and we saw this on Artesia, is we can get it out there, see what kind of hits we get. And if there's not a lot of interest or we're having trouble spending the money, we come back and expand it, open up new opportunities. Mm-hmm. There was a comment made about landscaping. Living walls or things of that nature would be eligible under the program. There's not a ton of room on the boardwalk itself for significant planter areas. As you might know, it's a fire lane one. It's a heavily trafficked pedestrian area, so you've got to be careful about space. But landscaping really falls under the city's control, which we need to continue to focus on and make sure we have it as attractive as possible.
It also has a weight rating, is what I've learned.
It does. I don't think landscaping is a big driver on that, but yeah, it does have a weight rating.
I didn't know that. For that upcoming skate park to be determined. All right. Anyone else in public? Going once before we vote. Any more e-comments or Zoom comments?
None.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstained? All right. Passes unanimously. Very much. Thank you very much. Item N3.
N2?
N2. Excuse me. N2. Getting mixed up. Yeah. We had item M1. N2. So regarding our cannabis tax and possibility of running a tax for our cannabis and hemp business. This is the first time I think I saw hemp included on this. So everyone knows that we are on the first step of essentially 3 major steps. And so our first step is including, when we set in our zoning, to include the fees as part of the zoning process moving forward. So when we do the selection process, we'll have developer fees included, and then eventually we'll have this tax if it passes. And that's why you're here to talk about the
so we have,
tax.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have David McPherson. I'm Brandy Forbes, Director of Community Development. We have David McPherson from HDL. If you recall, when we were working on finalizing the cannabis ordinances, we brought on HDL. David's on the Zoom, So we'll go ahead and, is he on the, yeah, and unmute him so that he can give the presentation. I'll run through, I'll run through it on the computer, but he'll give the presentation. And now we're on the next step. So we adopted our ordinances at the first meeting in September, and now we are moving on to looking at the tax policy, and then we'll be looking at the third item in their contract, which will be working on the selection process. So here we are talking about the cannabis tax discussion. So with that, I'll turn it over to David.
What pier is that?
Yeah, Mr. McPherson,
Beach.
which pier is that?
That's not Redondo
It's cool,
Beach.
it's cool.
David, are you there?
Available?
He's unmuted.
He's unmuted. He wasn't expecting us to move along so fast.
Speechless when he realized he got the wrong pier. But which pier is that?
It's Huntington
Nobody
Beach.
know? Oh, it's Huntington.
Huntington Beach, yeah.
Lifeguard
They
would
got
know
their
that.
lifeguard tower in the end there and halfway through. And they have there. He's
David, are you?
And he's not muted, so he should be able to speak.
Yeah, David, you're unmuted. You can go ahead and speak.
We are going through this agenda way faster than I was expecting myself.
Maybe you can send a message to the clerk via chat if you're not able to.
2, 3,
not
4,
hearing
5.
you. All right. Motion
All right.
to
Well, no, we
continue this discussion to.
Hello, can you hear me?
No, there you
Oh,
go.
now I can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear
Yeah,
me? Okay,
we can hear you.
okay. Thank you. I had to change my microphone. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and the members of the City Council. It's good to be with you again today. So Brandy, do you have the presentation up? I don't see it.
Yes, it's up.
Okay. So tonight, if you go to next.
It's on slide 2.
There we go. So this is kind of overall we're going to talk about. I know you mentioned the comment about hemp, but we'll talk about why that's included on here. But we're going to look at revenue strategies of the different ways this ordinance is put together, looking at future trends that keep evolving and changing before you even get this to the ballot, and the ordinance itself, and then reviewing the tax rates and why some of these rates are in there and why we've included all the rates that are included in there, and the next steps as far as the timeline. Next. So Mayor Pro Tem, you mentioned about fees. So we just want to make sure the audience and for those that there are fees. Fees are only for that cost recovery component. It is not the goal of having a tax measure that you're going to use to offset the cost to have an industry in town. Those are separate, as you indicated. We are talking about a general tax, a 50+1, that will go to the voters on March of next year. And it will be a general fund and be used for general purposes. Next. So as we mentioned about the revenue strategies, the goal of this ordinance is to be flexible and nimble and make sure that you can adjust the things that occur. It's going to include adult use and medicinal use, and there will be various lines of taxation for that in case you wish to have one higher or lower or modifications to it. It will also address illegal activity. As you know, Al Capone wasn't arrested for running illegal things. He was arrested for tax evasion. So this will also, if you have problems with any illegal businesses, people that are delivering in town and do not pay taxes, that you can go after them. And then the third item here is legislative changes. And I put on your SB 1186, which just passed in the last week or so, which is now going to prohibit any city in California from not allowing medicinal deliveries in their community. The governor just signed that. And so it'll be important to have an ability to tax, again, from deliveries of businesses coming outside. And this will give you that opportunity. We'll go in more detail about the hemp products things. We have a separate slide for that in a moment. And so regulatory changes, again, deliveries, consumption lounges, things that continue to evolve as time goes on. We want to make sure that we identify those being as taxable activities, regardless if you're going to allow it or not. future trends we're seeing, special events, just as example that are occurring as a taxable activity. That I want to make sure we can cover everything in there. And then businesses that might establish multiple business. I know at this point you're only looking at retail, but if there's consideration of businesses that have more than one activity, want to be able to address that and be mindful of that. And this time you're not addressing social equity, but there is ways to conform to that and find opportunities there. At the end of the day, the goal is to try to find a way to have successful collaboration, equitable solutions for the city and the business on the tax rates, which would be important, should you permit them to be in your community. And when I talk about the cumulative tax, it'll make more sense to you. Next. So future trends are affecting technology. You saw what happened to sales tax when people were able to go online. People try to get creative regarding the weed maps and businesses like that try to reroute some of the taxable activity. So with technology, this ordinance addresses that, as does regulations at the state level. We know that there's lots of conversation regarding THC content and changing in consumer behaviors due to COVID, going to deliveries and doing other activities, as we don't know in the future what the next kind of consumer behavior issue we may be addressing. And then it also addresses ways to the payments to the city and the banking process. Next. So this is the important reason why we have hemp in the ordinance. There was two prior bills. AB 228 was prior to COVID. This is its newest version, AB 45. What this bill is, just passed in July, is now cannabis businesses will be allowed to sell hemp products in their store. In the past, they have not been allowed to do that. And it's anticipated probably in the next 5 years that hemp products will be 25% potential products sold in cannabis retail stores under their license. Therefore, we wanted to make sure that you did not lose out on the opportunity of those revenues that may come from it for any type of cannabis business that sells hemp lawfully under their license with this new regulation or bill that passed, which will also be a regulation. And then there's legislative trends that continue changing about how a lot of hemp businesses are just popping up in cities, trying to avoid regulations because it's not a controlled substance. The way this ordinance is designed, it gives you that flexibility to address those independently of cannabis business, should those occur, by having some kind of taxable activity for any kind of license or business that tries to do that. Next. So this is just kind of high level of looking at the ordinance and the different sections that will be in it that has been prepared. Of course, authority and the purpose gives you the authority to do this. We also want to make sure in that purpose that we clearly define that the intent is that this is a tax on the business, not on the consumers, so that the businesses can't pass that on to the consumer, and it is a tax on gross receipts by the ordinance. The definitions is another key element in here, not to go into detail, but the gross receipts element of theirs, but making sure we captured all the things we talked about in the strategies and the opportunities and future trends. So what could be exempt and not be exempt is we'll well define that based on what we've experienced in the last 6 cycles of iterations of tax measures that have continued to evolve. And then the tax imposed, this is the most key element. We'll go into more detail about the breakdown of that, but we'll have initial rates and maximum rates, and then what gives you some authority and flexibility. And then the most of the other elements on this slide really reflects technical things. About 80% as you read through that is technical in nature on the tax requirements of penalties and when people have to pay it, and the ability to audit it, and authority and enforcement and revocation if someone does not pay their taxes. Next slide. So administration of the tax, this gives the administrator to create, the forms, figure out how they're going to collect taxes, how they're going to communicate, and also interpretations of what implementation things may be required that can't be foreseen now it does give the tax administrator that authority to have a little flexibility in there as you start collecting the tax and seeing how things are done. The biggest one that we find in a tax ordinance is the apportionment issue, because this is not only a tax on cannabis, this is historical business tax apportionment laws that go back all the way, that evolved from the 1960s. And there's lots of case law about the ability the requirements that you allow apportionment, so you're not double taxing businesses based on that. For example, we mentioned about businesses that may deliver into town with them not having to pay the tax in the city that they come from as a double taxation for just that portion that may be in the city that you impose the tax on. And then the biggest and most important one of all is probably the last one, the amendment or modification. This gives you, the city council, the ability to make modifications where the voters are giving you the ability to either decrease the tax, increase the tax, as long as it does not exceed what the voters say. Interpretation of things that may not be consistent, that needs to be clarified, that may not be, and so that you have the authority and ability to do that. The ability to change different rates for different categories or subsections of the tax, as I mentioned, the medicinal versus the adult use, and then also the other taxes as well. Next. So the rate of the tax, the goal is to have the tax high enough that it does generate revenue to assist the general fund programs, but also low enough to avoid overtaxing and ensuring the sustainability of the businesses. So taxing them high and them not being around, a lot of investment that you may put into this, it's important that you find that balance. The ability to match rates in around cities around you. So as you see that evolve, you can kind of reconsider that. As I mentioned, you have the ability to have that flexibility, and then the flexibility to adjust to change in trends, as we talk about COVID being one that kind of affected businesses. And so give the council the ability to modify that. And the last kind of bullet here we talk about is taxes, all categories, even if not permitted by the city. And so even though at this point you're only focusing on retail, just addressing everything, the ordinance is going to have everything under the sun to make sure that you can capture that for future considerations, or things, again, things that may be occurring in the city that are illegal, gives you the ability to take not only administrative actions through the legal channels, but also ability to tax them so they can't ignore that. Next. So as we mentioned in the ordinance, we've created a proposed minimum tax rate, so then the rates will never go lower than that. Wholesale businesses are a huge failure rate. You can see why we've at least given low rates should you want to encourage that. Part of that is that not so necessarily the cannabis businesses, but hemp businesses, they start developing products that are going to be for like animals, for other needs. It might be an interest to have them there, and therefore having a minimum rate that might encourage them to come there is an option. And as you notice on the retail side, we put a minimum, currently in the proposed regulation, we have a 5%. So it gives you that flexibility in the tax ordinance, not necessarily on the other ordinance. Next. And then we established the maximum rate. As I mentioned, the wholesale businesses is a very competitive with a high failure rate of 65, 70%. So putting something in there, should you wish to encourage them, then it gives you that flexibility. More importantly, again, on the retail here, you can see that it's 6%, even though the current or the regulatory ordinance shows 5%. We wanted to give you a little bit of flexibility to examine, how things are going in the future, so that you do have some options in there to bump it up another percentage should you wish to do that. But, still in that sweet spot between the 3 to 6%. Currently, you're going to start off at the 5%, the regulatory ordinance. Next. So this is the important, just kind of a visual. So in the alcohol world of what they look at in the rates of taxes, they try to stay under 30%. And so by being under 30%, is trying to shoot for this. And since you're not currently focusing on the wholesale businesses, we kind of show an analogy at the lower rent rate, but we wanted to also reflect the retail rate that you currently have in the regulatory ordinance of 5%, that it's showing the tax rate that's still under 30%. What I do want you to note on this, though, is that Governor did just recently pass AB 145 that's going to move the excise tax. We remove the excise tax on the cultivators now. And part of that bill says that what we're going to do is lock it in as it is now and only have the 15% excise tax at the retail. However, if the funding that was promised in Prop 64 drops below $640 million, we will increase the rate from 15% to the retailer to as high as 19%. So that's why it's important to keep in mind that even though we show a lower rate, if they end up paying the higher 19%, this will reflect closer to that 30%. And therefore, as you consider the rate in the future, once the businesses are up, you have a better opportunity or an idea of where it is on that excise tax under the new law. Next. And we just wanted to show you another slide analogy, which is if you had it at the 6%, currently you're still in that safe place right now. It's only a matter if that excise tax gets jumped up and how that will impact retailers. And again, it'll affect all retailers across the state evenly, but on the competitive side, but you'll just kind of get a visual of what that would look like. Next. So we're at next steps. So part of today is where there's no action, but maybe some input is update proposed tax rates based on City Council's direction, and then adopt a resolution to call election in the future that will be brought back to you. Staff will talk about the timelines, and then when the ballot will go on March 7th, as we discussed, and then when it would go in effect and be implemented as soon as the voters approve it, is brought back to you to set the rates. So at this time, I will hand it over to staff.
Great. So with that, City Council, I think the big point here is for the retail sales, we have the range at that 3% to 6% flexibility. It would start out at the 5%, but you would have that flexibility if this were to be passed by the voters. And then for the those other businesses, which might be more that hemp-based business rather than the cannabis, it would be the 1% to 3% would be the range for that. And we did have our city treasurer and our interim finance director review the ordinance just to make sure that they were providing us with feedback as well. And those were already incorporated into the draft ordinance. You have the draft ordinance, it was in your packet. So I didn't know if you had any questions for us or if you wanted to talk through any of the items that David presented so that we can really finalize this ordinance and bring that resolution back to you.
Thank you. This is why we bring in third parties, because there's a lot of things in here that we did not think of at all, in any way, shape, or form. For instance, the encompassing aspect of this tax regarding the other activities which we haven't allowed yet or are out there. I think it's awesome, it's great. I really like the flexible tax range. And when we do this and we put it out to a vote, does it automatically go to 5%, or do we have to have a council action to put it at 3% or 4%, 5 or 6%?
To set the rate, you would you come back in a resolution and just set the rates how you like to do them. If you're going to change them other than what's in the regulatory ordinance at this time.
Well, but that's to set the rate, though. That's what I'm asking for. So once it's passed, so one thing I see the problem, the timing here, is our election is on March 7th. Thank you. So it takes us roughly 30 days to certify the election, and then we can have the resolution, and then I would believe then at that point in time the tax would take effect. So it wouldn't be in effect. It would be retroactive. is it retroactively in there, or do we have to have it?
Seems like an ex post facto law type issue.
Yeah, so you see in the next steps, what David had, proposed was, the tax ordinance becomes effective, say, April 1st, 2023. Maybe if you do that resolution, then that could be effective. I would leave that to
Legal.
Jillian, if you have that.
Takes 2 seconds. 3.
Hard.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
So the ordinance, the tax is not retroactive. That's why we have the development agreement provisions in our existing ordinance. So that will cover the whatever cost of developing, yes, and then the tax will take effect and on a going forward basis.
Okay.
Council,
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem's point was that in the report, it said it would go into effect April 1st. And what he was discussing was that the verification of the election might be past April 1st. So I was making the comment that it might be retroactive to April 1st, not retroactive like.
Oh, yeah. I'm not certain of the answer of that. I'd have to look into it.
Because we can't, we could pass a resolution, technically speaking, but we didn't. If it is a 51%, right? We're waiting to the very last second. That's all I'm saying is just a procedural point of view. 'Cause I know we're not voting on this necessarily as this is the last time that we're looking at this. We'll come back in November, correct? Because we need to put it on the ballot as well.
It'll come back to you for a resolution, as you see here, adopt a resolution calling the election. So we'd
Right.
have this final ordinance as part of that resolution so that it's, confirmed what you're putting forward. And so, yeah, this will come back to you.
Yeah, we wanted to provide you with an ordinance in the most final form possible so that you could review the entire document and give us any proposed changes before we bring it back in order to call the election or put it on the ballot. So that's the intent of this document.
Thank you. So thank you very much for including CBD and hemp. It does include CBD, correct? Just to make sure verified. I didn't really specifically see that in there. I saw hemp and other hemp products. I would assume under the term cannabis and hemp, which are two different categories, that would fall under that.
Cannabis includes CBD, right? No.
Well, sometimes say it's under hemp
No.
because it's a.
CBD would be separate from cannabis itself. David, do you know if, definition wise, if CBD items would fall under that hemp?
Yeah, so Mayor Pro Tem, so CBD is a name that goes either way. CBD that's higher than 0.03% is cannabis by definition, even though it's CBD, it's just not high THC. And CBD is also known as hemp. So you're really like anything that's 0.03% or less is hemp, and everything above that is cannabis. But CBD can be in either house for that term, CBD. It's kind of it's just a lot.
So it's, right, so that's what I was saying.
covered.
It's under,
So it's covered.
depending upon, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. And then when it comes to the taxation and funds, when do we collect? Does this taxation happen through the State Board of Equalization? I would assume so, or LA County Tax Collector, one of the two. And my question is on that, I'm afraid we're going to get a possible scenario of a license holder doing a significant amount of sales and then possibly claiming bankruptcy, folding up shop, leaving, and then taking the sales tax revenue with them. How do we prevent something like that from happening? Is that something,
Isn't that really a likely scenario, seeing as they have a valuable license?
No, it is. A lot of other license holders have done that in the state.
David, I believe we talked about this with like the timeliness. Instead of making it a quarterly, it was, I believe, a monthly payment.
Okay, that answers that. Perfect.
Yes, and also Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, so this is not going to be done at the state level. This is done just like your business tax. So it will be collected by your finance department on a monthly basis in the arrears. So January would be collected in February and so forth. That way you don't have a risk factor by it being done monthly.
So you'll see a little bit more detail on that in section 6.7.06. And then you'll also see in the definitions section, section BB tax administrator. That answers your question with regard to, yes, so it's the city
30 days,
treasurer.
That's fine. Okay.
Yes.
And then the audit in there as well. And we also have in our licensing auditing as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we tried to give as broad broad options for auditing as we discussed in our other cannabis ordinance as well.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Okay, so I appreciate that it's and I think this is a very salient point to put out there, but that it's a tax on the business gross receipts and not on consumers. I think it's a lot easier to vote for a tax when it's not coming at you. But David, you made a point that they can't pass it on. And how are we able to hold them to account that they can't pass that on? Is that part of built into the audit system that we're talking about here? Or can you go in a little more in depth into that?
Sure, Councilmember, I'd love to. So as I mentioned in authority and purpose, it says the tax should be separately identified and not charged to the member of customer patient of that. So that's where at least it's defined for them, and that's part of the education process. But when they do get audited or, preemptive educating them that they can't try to get reimbursed for that and that they can't collect the tax from the consumer. And when an audit is done, and we have seen this in the past where they have, is that we inform them that they can't do that and try to correct the remedy. And that's the beauty of it, being shorter than monthly, so you can kind of stay on top of that.
Okay, so regarding the CBD and hemp, right, we're talking about this specific to the 2 licensees that would be allowed, but does this have any effect on any other retail organization that's selling, that is selling CBD or hemp, as is already happening right now, right? They're not necessarily in the same category as cannabis, which is what we've created an ordinance for, but do they have to then also, any retail location that sells those products have to be party to this taxing scheme?
Great comment, and that's kind of what we emphasized from the presentation. If you go into the definitions, we talked about gross receipts, gross receipts, and then number 10, where we say that the council will make that determination. It says 50% or more, so that any business that sells 50% or more would be subject to it unless it's modified at a lower rate or a higher rate by the city council. I use Costco as an example. You can go in Costco and they have pallets of lotions of hemp or CBD. Their intent is not to go sell Costco, for selling a couple pallets of CBD lotions or, a nutrition store. So as long as you're trying not to, someone run amok and opening 20 CBD stores all over town, you don't want them up. This definition gives you by resolution to increase that percentage of what someone has to sell of the overall product or reduce the percentage. Until you kind of understand where this industry's evolved on the hemp side, you have a lot of flexibility in there to figure out where you want to make that thresh point at.
Okay, and then my last question for you, David, because, HDL has been brought on as an expert in this area, and I think the cannabis industry is challenged right now, right, for a variety of reasons, but how are your recommendations kind of looking at the general landscape of the entire state and the entire industry as a whole, and where they're feeling like they are overtaxed, from cultivation all the way through, the end distribution point? Like, how does this match up, and does it, to, I think, a point that maybe one of my colleagues was just making a second ago, does this create a limitation or a barrier to someone to want to do business? I'm not judging it one way or the other. I'm just asking.
No, fair comment. And that's why we showed you that cumulative rate why it could impact them. If you move any of those rates up, you can see where we can get closer beyond the 35. In some cases, there are cities that are charging 7, 8, 9, 10% to retailers, and that's a significant impact for profitability to them. Throughout the state, the sweet spot seems to be between 4 and 6%. And I think that's some of the input you've had of why you're at 5% right now on the regulatory ordinance, because that's between that sweet spot. So this ordinance is designed to give you that flexibility to stay within that sweet spot that does not impact it and makes the business sustainable.
Okay, thanks. Can we get copies of the slide deck?
Yeah, we'll definitely distribute that.
Fantastic. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, David, what happens if this tax does not pass? Because I know we have the developer license fees, but have you seen other places in the state where tax measures have been defeated? And if they did, then what do? Did they go back at it again, take another bite of the apple, or what?
Yeah, there's been very few. In the last probably 3 cycles of elections, the only ones that have failed primarily have been ones that have been special taxes, because you need almost 67%. So not only you're polling for Prop 64 and the kind of support overall, which you've had, especially in your region, we're seeing passing rates between 68 and 75%. So that margin of 50+1 is fairly good. Should you not pass, you still have the 5% in your regulatory ordinance for the development fee. So you at least have an alternative to that, should it not.
And you said the 5% in the developer fee. Have we estimated what that revenue would bring in? Would it bring in roughly?
We had provided in the staff report, it's, pretty generic, because there's so many variables. But the estimate was that each license could provide $500,000 to $1 million in additional annual general fund revenue if we, move towards the 5% developer fee.
So whether there's a tax or not, that's what the estimate is, correct? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's our estimate. I mean, like I said, there are a lot of factors,
Right, there's a lot of
variables. We'll see what if the business is doing both the retail storefront and delivery, we might see, more.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Baji.
When do we think that we'll have issued a license to a dispensary?
Well, our next task, working with HDL, and I'm pretty sure they're probably already working on it, is going to be that selection process. So we'll be bringing that selection process back to you, and then probably in about a couple months, and then we can move forward with the implementation of that.
That's good.
So we will probably have a licensee or two chosen by the time this comes to ballot.
Yeah, it may.
And
yeah.
for the presenter, sorry, I forgot your name. How often do you see the licensees start to participate in these elections to fight a tax?
Typically, we don't, to the degree where they're not wanting to pay a tax. Usually they're supportive of it as long as it's a reasonable tax. I think the fact that you're there, there's been initiatives there that just are silent, but they're very supportive of the rates between 4 to 6%.
Okay.
And not fighting it.
How long does that developer fee in our ordinance go on for, the 5%? How long does that exist for?
It's an indefinite, and until it would sunset at such time that a tax would be approved.
Okay, and why then was a tax necessary?
Well,
go ahead.
Well, a tax is a better process by which to, for a city to
collect money.
Yes, collect money. That's the more appropriate process. A developer agreement is consistent, particularly in the beginning of a business. But a tax is a better process.
Yeah. And also, we do have the ballot initiative that's on for the special election. If that were to pass, that developer's fee is not applicable because it's not included in that. So we wouldn't be able to collect that developer's fee if that were to pass and supersede our ordinance.
Yeah, additionally, you'll see that this ordinance covers all different types of businesses, and the initiative does allow for the possibility of other types of businesses, not just storefronts and delivery. So we're trying to cover all of the bases here.
Okay. Thank you. And we're going to have a separate discussion on the initiative, right, at some point.
Beginning of October.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we'll get into the weeds there on the lack of revenue from it. But I will say that in speaking to residents, which I've been doing a lot of lately, people don't understand why cannabis would be legalized without a tax. They see that was the big thing that it generated for Colorado when they first legalized it, was revenue for them. So that we even have an initiative that doesn't have a tax is troubling, I think, to a lot of folks. So I would support this tax because frankly there's already delivery of cannabis in Redondo Beach and we're not getting any tax from it. So we keep the status quo. It's not like anybody's got a difficulty getting cannabis at this time. So I'd support this. So I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution calling the election.
It would just be a direction to staff to bring that resolution back for the.
Yeah.
Okay. Make a motion to direct staff to bring the resolution back, putting this tax measure on the March 7th, 2023 ballot.
Okay. I thought we weren't just going to bring it back, but we're not going to actually
ask them to bring it back.
Yeah.
We're not going to adopt it. We just need to ask them to bring it back to adopt the resolution. We have to create that resolution first.
Right.
This is a draft.
This is a draft ordinance.
Yeah, that's correct. So we would bring back a resolution that would essentially call the election and would forward this ordinance to the voters. So we would come back and do that. Also, I'm not sure if we've had public comment.
Yeah, no, we haven't been voting yet anytime soon.
Just double checking.
Okay, any more comments from the council? The motion is clear before we go to the public. Anyone else? Questions? All right. Anyone from the public? I don't have any speaker cards, so first come, first served. 3 minutes. Hold on. Let the little red light turn on for the speaker thing to be on.
Oh, sorry. I'm bad.
Oh, there you go.
Oops.
Oh, what? There you go.
Thank you. Good evening, Jonathan Svetko. A couple things. One, I want to reiterate, so I think it's a great opportunity to point out once again that Measure E does not have a tax. Makes absolutely no sense why we would pass and legalize here before we have any sort of a tax. So once again, vote no on Measure E. When it comes to the ordinance in general here that's put in front of us, I want to thank HDL for updating a lot of their past policies here to reflect some of the more current conditions, namely the addressing the issue of the double taxation. I think that's a very good one, as well as the outside delivery taxation coming in. The piece that I would ask the council to consider, or maybe get even some more feedback from HDL directly on that. The council here knows that I've been very active on this hemp issue for many years. We have been trying to promote fairness within here. AB 45 we passed so that we would allow eventually the sales of hemp products through cannabis shops. If I understood what I heard here tonight to be correct, we can have hemp shops that will be selling the exact same product at a different tax rate than what we will be having that same product being sold at the cannabis shop. That doesn't seem to be a very fair or competitive way to put it forward for us on here. And it's not necessarily to the best benefit of the city itself. So I would ask us to revisit that and see if we can make sure that it's a standard test across the board. So whether you're buying your hemp product from Costco or you're buying it from a cannabis shop, it'll be the same tax for the consumer. Similarly, regionally wise on here, the other cities have voted to do a tax of up to 10%. So they can have this full flexibility in there. I'm not necessarily advocating to have a higher tax here. I think it's great for us to be competitive, but I think it would be wise for the city to have this flexibility, namely on the minimum tax that was proposed. If any of our neighboring cities end up going to an even lower tax than the 1% that's put in here, what does Redondo want to do? So I think it would be wise for us to just have a standard 0 to 10%, whatever it is, and allowing the city council to have the flexibility for us to adjust that as things go. Certainly the current conditions are drastic to where A lot of the cannabis companies are struggling under the current tax scheme. And so we've adjusted on the state level, but even as the state has said, in the next 3 years, they can actually bring this up to 19%. So if this industry gets healthier over time, as it's expected, the council should have that ability to be able to raise a tax and be competitive regionally, not necessarily just stuck where we're going to be stuck here where our partners can go differently on that. So I'd ask for those two things to be considered next time it comes back. Overall, thank you guys for doing this. I do think this is the right path for us to be going forward on and evolving as we keep going here. Thank you.
So just so everyone remembers, on Measure E, they also asked for a title and summary on a tax. I believe they asked for it, then maybe probably got it, but they never actually went out and got signatures for it. So it was a little bit of a, I don't want to say bait and switch, it was kind of.
Point system, right?
I don't know, no, it was a tax. Yeah, they started.
No, but they never got it. So
They
it's a
never
point
even got
system.
signatures on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was a switcheroo, smoke and mirrors. All right.
Joan Irvine, District 1. For transparency, I am working for a CBD company. And so that we have a product that is hemp CBD, that's one's for sleep, one's for stress, it has botanicals in it. But how could they sell it to the vitamin shop? And they could be selling it to the cannabis shop. So I want to reiterate what Jonathan said, is that, hey, why should Costco or CVS not have to pay the same tax on the same product as is going to be in the cannabis shop? I mean, right there, that is just, that's just not fair. And just because it's a certain percentage of what they're selling, I just think that's totally unfair. Plus, I would like people to realize there was something said about that hemp wasn't being tested. Hemp is now being tested. Actually, Jonathan was very instrumental in getting that done so that it, as of, I think, next year, a lot of companies are doing it and they require a certificate of analysis. And it's going to be required, I think, starting in April or something like that next year in California. So it is being tested. Also know that there is a difference between hemp and cannabis plants. So it's not just the 0.3%, they're different type of plants and grown different ways. So you have a cannabis plant and you have a hemp plant. They are not the same. So I just wanted to clarify that. Also, I want people to realize that when you're talking about, you're doing the taxes on gross receipts, there is a a federal bill that is it's called 280E. And you do realize that these cannabis shops, they're not allowed to take ordinary business expenses. So they're all as off their taxes like other businesses are. So they're already being taxed like it's 70% compared to non-cannabis stores. So do be aware of that when you're looking at that. Also, payments were mentioned. One of my clients is a merchant processing company. You do have to realize that until it is federally descheduled, cannabis companies cannot use the regular merchant processing. The company I'm working for will only touch CBD and accessories. They will not touch THC. So there is a limitation of how people can be paying for this. And it does affect, the sales. So you don't have as higher sales when you're having to pay all in cash. So I just wanted to clarify those. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else?
Good evening, council members, staff, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. The taxes on cannabis have led to a thriving gray market. There are a lot of unethical operators that are out there, and the cannabis board, the enforcement is going out. They do things like try and monitor the parking lots, try and get an idea of what their volume is, and then go back and audit them and see if they are complying with the tax or they're having off sale, for lack of a better way of putting it. So certainly any tax is gonna risk that. A higher tax may make it more valuable or certainly more tempting for a dubious operator, unethical operator to try and skirt the law, act in gray market. There are enforcement techniques, but they're not always effective. So please take that into consideration when gauging the level of tax you want to apply in the situation here. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who wants to come down and speak? All right, let's go to Zoom and e-comments.
No Zoom or e-comments.
Wow. All right. Let me go to the enforcement aspect and the hemp versus cannabis comments. I personally don't believe hemp should be taxed at all, 0%, because a hemp product like a piece of clothing is a piece of clothing. What cares if it's made out of cotton or hemp? You can't smoke hemp. Anyone here heard ditchweed before? Ditchweed is from back east when they used to grow hemp product for rope, for clothing, canvas, jeans for World War II. And the seeds have proliferated and they all grow in the ditches. That's why it's called ditchweed. So I don't think we should be taxing hemp at all, 0%. It's clothing at that point in time. Shouldn't necessarily be, it's a renewable source, highly renewable source, easily grown and renewed. So better than cotton. Cotton takes a lot of water. Anyways, and when it comes to hemp, there was a comment regarding percentages and CBDs and stuff. Well, near beer, which is 0.03% or 0.1%, it doesn't have any alcohol in it. So if you drink a beer to get the alcohol effect, you get taxed on that side. But if you drink a near beer, which is essentially 0% alcohol, you don't get taxed at the same rate. So I don't believe that we should. I'm acquiescing into this because it is what it is. I don't think I'll have support to take that out in this particular product or tax in here. And when it comes to enforcement, there's comments regarding taxing at higher levels. To the commissioner that just came down, anyone who wants to talk about enforcement in this community and city, we're gonna have to, let's talk about overall enforcement. We're gonna do enforcement and you will have a person stationed outside to actually look how many people go in and out of a building for 30 days, average this out. I mean, it's a whole aspect of issues. That's why you do what you can, and the higher you go on taxation, I know Manhattan Beach has a 20% tax, and the reason they do that is because they don't want any cannabis stores. And if somebody does come in, but to the commissioner's point, gray market and black market cannabis is significantly grown in the last couple of years because of the taxation and the cost, particularly because the cost makes it so prohibitive. And what we're trying to do right now is get everything from the gray and black market into a legal tent moving forward. So I would not a fan of moving this tax rate higher. I'm fine to keep it the way it is. So let's see, speaker requests. Do we have any speaker requests? Council? Yeah.
I think what people are speaking about, and I got an email with this article or opinion piece, podcast transcript from LA Times, how illegal cannabis smoke California. So, with this, we're not getting a tax tomorrow. We're authorizing the council to adjust the tax. I would not, mind making the floor lower and the ceiling higher so that we could reduce it if necessary. But basically what the article is talking about is how the taxation and potential overtaxation of cannabis in California resulted in a huge unlawful market and even cessation of enforcement of illegal grows in the Emerald Triangle. So, any event, I think it's because things of a tax nature must go to the residents. I like this ordinance because it gives the council flexibility to adjust as we seem fit to make sure that any retailer we have here does succeed, does return some revenue back to the city also, because it is going to be very important to ensure that we get good education to our youth, because they're the ones most imperiled by the presence of cannabis on the streets, in retail shops and seeing it in their face. Since it could really derail their careers, whereas adults, who've been around it long enough know how to use it without abusing it. So I want to make sure that we do get money for education. That's all.
All right, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so to the point of the motion maker, I guess what I would like, and if we're willing to, right, I'd like to make sure that we put in the motion that we adjust that floor and ceiling window.
Sure.
Just so that future councils have that flexibility to adjust if they need, and granted, there's got to be to the point that the Mayor Pro Tem is making, I think you've got to be cautious and careful about that. But, the market will change, and the last thing we want to have to do is go out for other initiatives again. I think giving future councils flexibility is important. And then to the point that was made by Mr. Svecko, I would like to see some language in there that talks about some type of standardization related to products being sold in other stores that are not falling under, that are in that hemp or CBD category that may not be sold, because it just doesn't make sense to me. If we're going to have 2 licensees and they're going to be selling stuff, but then all of a sudden some of the products they can sell are sold elsewhere, we should at least have some room for conversation on that. Is that acceptable?
Sure. And do we know how much, obviously enforcing our cannabis ordinance is going to be not an expensive endeavor, but it's going to consume city resources. There's going to be somebody involved in, auditing, collecting records, calculating, et cetera. So do we know what the cost is going to be for the city to carry forward, approximate estimate cost for the city to carry forward enforcement of its cannabis ordinance on an annual basis, rough range?
Well, if we're talking about fiscal oversight, I don't see that being super expensive. I mean, we have, as an example, we have an HDL contract, different division of HDL for citywide sales tax enforcement and oversight and regular reporting to us to ensure that we're collecting at appropriate levels. They do follow-up work at individual businesses that look out of whack. So I could easily see that type of a contract being deployed here to help us manage our 2 licensees, right, our 2 permits. But, if you're asking about the safety, the security side of things and calls for service on the policing side, I don't have a number for you on that. We'd have to evaluate that with a little more care, and it's going to depend on the nature of the business.
What floor, Councilmember Horvath and anybody else, what floor were you guys thinking?
I mean, Jonathan mentioned the 0 to 10%. I don't have any particular number in mind. So, but I think it's legitimate.
I would go for 1 to 7%.
I like
1
that.
to 7, you said?
1 to 7. I don't think we need a 0.
Yeah, I don't think we need a 0 either.
If I may, one of the points when we were working on this ordinance that David made is if you go down to 0%, like that kind of, it overrides the intent of the tax ordinance, right?
Well, let me ask you this. How often can we change the number? Not that I'm saying every month. David?
I think he's gone.
Is he gone already?
Yeah, no. So currently the minimum is 1%. So, and then the maximum where it is as high as 6% on the retail. You can change it by resolution as you see being necessary, but you kind of want to give the taxpayer some kind of timing issue for, how they're already set up in their system, how they're going to have to, change it and remit the tax and so forth. So that's the ebb and flow of how fast you would do it. It's reasonable.
Yeah, there was a 3% for the retail delivery was the minimum, but that could go down to 1%.
Be higher. 9.
Well, then how about 2 as a floor? And here's my concern. My concern is we get some dispensaries in here and then they start to exert, to lobby council members, and this is a cash business, and I don't want anybody to be susceptible to pressure, or maybe if they just run a pack to unseat somebody because they're pushing for too high of a tax. I want the minimum floor to be significantly firm for the city.
I'd be up for 2%. We're not tomato. 2%.
Or is it 1 because of the way they've stipulated certain things being at 1% in the.
So what we have right now is, if Vicki, could you put up the presentation? So this is the minimum that we have right now in the draft ordinance. So, the retailer delivery services are the ones that we're actually licensing. So we put that a little bit higher. Everything else was down in the 1%. And a lot of that is, cultivation, testing. They're not making the kind of money that retailer delivery is. So that, having that lower range for those was really to make those businesses, viable. But the 3% was what we had for the minimum for retailer delivery.
So if somebody's selling outdoor cultivated cannabis at the retail shop in Redondo Beach, are they paying the 1% plus the 3% for a total of 4%?
These are all different license types. So
Okay.
a cultivator would actually we'd have to authorize that they could have that license. And then we'd have to authorize, they'd have to get the license. Now, the issue is this cultivation is for if it was a hemp cultivator, we wouldn't have those regulations on it because it isn't THC, it isn't, that controlled substance. So they could come in, technically, if we have nurseries, right? So you could have a hemp cultivator come in and maybe have a nursery. And if they were doing that, then we'd still want to be able to collect the tax on that business. But we're not authorizing that. So we're really looking at, those are not the bigger ticket items. It's really that retailer where, the taxes, and I think that goes to that cumulative that David was talking
If you
about.
have a wholesaler and they would fit in the cultivation, it seems, isn't that correct? A wholesaler, somebody who grows it here, sells it outside the city to a retailer, we're only getting 1% of that. It seems kind of low.
We're not allowing that for cannabis at all. We don't allow those licenses. The only cannabis licenses that we're authorizing, that we've authorized in our ordinance that was adopted last meeting is for
delivery and retail.
retail and delivery, yeah.
Right, so we shouldn't be looking at this whole table. This is just like.
Because we have nurseries are available in our city, right? Nurseries
So
are
regular
permitted.
nurseries,
Yeah,
not
regular
cannabis
nursery. A
nurseries.
nursery that would be, would be cultivating hemp, which isn't something that's regulated, because hemp isn't, it's not, it'd be like if somebody was growing other plants for your garden, your house, or whatever. So that's really, it's addressing that. If there was a cultivator that was doing hemp, they don't have to come in for that license that they would have to for cannabis.
And from my perspective as well, so first of all, as I said earlier, the initiative, should it pass, does provide for many of these businesses to potentially have licenses. Further, this gives us an additional enforcement aspect. Even businesses that are not license types that are allowed in the city are required to pay that tax. And so that's a way, when we were discussing gray or black market businesses, that's another enforcement tactic that the city would have, would say, you are operating illegally, but you still are required to pay this tax. You're this type of business, you haven't paid the tax, and you can go after them. So that is another reason that that all of these provisions exist, in addition to the fact that should the initiative not pass, but the city wants to allow different types of licenses in the future, you have that option within the tax initiative we have here, the tax ordinance. So.
The other reason why I'm not so excited about 7%, let's say the market's flooded with cannabis and the price drops dramatically, then you're going to wish that you would be able to get 8 or 9 or 10% instead of 7%.
Those are market conditions.
But I know, but the thing is, then you have to go out for another election and deal with it. You don't know what the future is going to lie. I don't see what the problem is by putting 8 or 9 or 10%, because we're putting a floor in. I think we should put a ceiling that is high enough. I don't think any legitimate.
Highest I'd be willing to go is 9%.
2 to 10?
1 to 10. 9 to 9%. Because it adds a whole nother aspect when you go in double-digit percentage points. Remember, that's 10% of the business.
Well, agree. Don't be looking at me. You guys decide. Let's collectively figure out.
Let's go 1 to 9%.
That's fine, I guess. It's like pricing gasoline at 9 cents.
We can adjust that when we bring this back, certainly. If that's in the.
Listen, the point here is a tax shouldn't be easy. It shouldn't just be you have this range, boom, and then, we need more money. No, like this is people something to vote on, and we have to get it passed by the people as well. And if we start going down this path, now it's raising, it's this, that, right? I could see all these political things coming out. I mean, I don't even agree that we should be taxing hemp to begin with.
Can we pull, so why
I have a question on the hemp to begin with.
Taxed here because it's coming from a cannabis retailer? That's why they're getting taxed, or just it's a blanket tax on anything coming out of that retail shop? So if they sell hats and shirts, they're going to get this 3% tax?
No, they would get it on anything that was a hemp product or a cannabis product.
What is a hemp product? A hemp product could be if a shirt is made 100% of hemp or sweater.
So you'll see the definition of industrial hemp and industrial hemp products on page 6.
But we could just exclude industrial hemp altogether, right, from the tax?
You could, certainly.
To Ms. Irvine and Mr. Svetko's point, which is that we're essentially discriminating among retailers.
So you have two options there. You could eliminate industrial hemp from the ordinance altogether. I would have David interject on this in terms
Sure,
of in terms of how that would work, or why we would want that to happen or not want that to happen. Additionally, you can expand the definition of retailer or expand the collection of taxes to other businesses that are selling the same products, which was sounded to me like the issue that the public commenters were bringing up. That's another option that you have in terms of modifying this ordinance before it goes to the voters, before we forward it through. So yeah, I'm open to whatever the motion maker and council votes upon.
David, do you have any thoughts on why we should not just cut out hemp from the taxation?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. So the example I gave you, let's say the business, a retailer in town sells $5 million. In the future market, it's anticipated, and staff's got a white paper on this, that 25% of that product sold in a retail store is going to be hemp products. So that's, with that $5 million, that's $1.25 million that you will collect zero tax on. And
do we not still collect our county sales tax on it?
You will, if you're exempt.
It's a tiny percentage. 1%.
Yeah.
So this is 1% gross plus 1%.
Whatever that tax would be on there. The second thing I wanted to point out that some of the people I've spoken on is what is being sold in stores now is hemp from the seeds of hemp. I mean, the oils from seeds of hemp, which can be done currently in those stores. In places like Costco and others in the future, they're going to need a state license to sell hemp that has THC content in the future. So that's why it's only in retail, will be in retail stores or businesses that are licensed for cannabis. It'll be included in their license in the future, where it won't be in those other stores because it'll be prohibited from the doing it unless they have a state license. And then the other thing is, keep in mind, is if you choose not to allow those stores to have any type, just like you've drafted a regulatory ordinance, some cities, Thousand Oaks down the road is in the process of doing that, and some in the Central Valley actually have developed hemp regulations to prohibit certain stores from actually selling hemp or having a hemp store as its primary source of business.
So I think maybe there's some misunderstanding, because when I was seeing the hemp and I read it through initially, I saw raw hemp, and then moving forward through hemp product, this is primarily geared towards the ingestion of the hemp product or a topical, so skincare.
Correct.
Not because
not something like clothing or.
Because clothing could still, technically speaking, I mean, if it's fiber, it could technically have some residual product, but it's such a low percentage, 1%, less than 0.3%.
That's not the intent, and you can see that in the definition.
So this is really geared towards that CBD aspect of.
Yeah, and that's literally the conversation we were just having, which is, it seems to me what you're trying to guard against is this ordinance overreaching and capturing apparel or other hemp products that aren't meant to be ingested.
Right.
This, I think the intention here is edible products, oils, products that are actually absorbed by the body. Is there a way to define that, David, so that's clear that we're not, I mean, we're really talking about, these ingestible products? And not some other form of, not some other piece of hemp clothing or whatever else could be created, or straw hat or whatever.
Maybe
That's
we can
correct.
just provide that direction to staff to exclude.
To specifically exclude it in the definition.
Non-ingestive, non-topical.
Yeah, so yeah, I was just going to suggest that we can, I'm going to look into this health and safety code. I just don't have it in front of me under subsection Q. But we can certainly adjust the definitions to specifically exclude the products that you guys are concerned about overtaxing. So something like apparel, if there are other types of products that you are considering with regard to hemp, we could certainly do that. I think that would be a fairly simple fix
Or
to
let's
this
maybe
issue.
start with the types of hemp products that you're comfortable with us taxing, so then we can be very specific on that.
The consumer, stuff that people consume, the consumable to hemp, be it smoking, oils, inhaling,
Ingestion.
applying to the skin.
Absorption and
topically,
ingestion.
Absorption and
Seems like,
ingestion, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
those we'd want to tax, and everything else, not.
And then do we want to broaden it to make sure it covers any retail establishment with those items?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so,
And
yeah.
brought into any retail establishments.
Because that's also a concern here, right? That you're going to have other, non-cannabis licensed
You can have a tobacco
retail, right?
Tobacco shop can start to sell hemp products because that's legal.
Has to be
They don't
fair.
have a license for it, right?
Right. And that was, I know, a topic of conversation with the working group, as I recall.
We said 1
So,
to 9.
1 to 9.
So in 1 to 9% retail sales tax range, as well, all of them actually, yeah.
You want all of them to be the 1 to 9?
No,
Just the retail delivery service?
retail.
Sorry, okay.
Yeah, because here was the max for the maximum rates. We had 6, so we'll change
So
that
all the
to,
other maximum rates and minimum rates can stay the same.
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
So it's 1 to 9, is that what I heard?
Yeah.
That's the
1 to 9
consensus?
for retail.
Window, yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question on nurseries. It might be a state law. People are not allowed to sell cannabis plants or hemp plants. Like if I'm a nursery or a cannabis shop, I'm not able to sell a live plant.
Keep in mind, this is cultivation nursery, so there's like, the
Right.
cultivation is going to be the bigger component of that. I can't say that it's going to be like a retail, it wouldn't be a retailer per se, but it could be a nursery, it could be outdoor cultivation. They could have a location that they decide to, have some kind of, and if our code allows that and some, or even indoor, it could be, indoor cultivation of hemp is not going to require the cannabis, it's not going to be under the cannabis regulations, but somebody could say, I'm going to warehouse and do indoor cultivation of hemp. And if that's an industrial area and that's an allowed use, they could come in and go ahead and do that.
And then sell the hemp plant.
Yeah, so what they would end up doing is, cultivating that, selling it to somebody who's then going to process it into something
Well, I mean,
else.
what if they wanted to sell it to a private citizen?
It'll just change Mother's Day dramatically.
420? Mother's Day would be 420? Okay.
Who needs orchids?
I think
Look,
with
Mom,
that, selling to an individual becomes a retail business in general. So not talking about cannabis. If you're selling to, individuals, now you're talking about it being a retail business, so that would have to be permitted, but they could
But it's
come in
not
and do.
permitted for cannabis, and it's not permitted for hemp either.
If somebody wanted to open a hemp store and be just a retailer and have like the final product and they want to sell it and it's one of the consumable and
But what
it's,
about the nursery-wise? They have,
nursery wise, they would end up selling it to somebody who's going to then do.
but they can't do retail to mom.
Once again,
No,
sorry.
they
Someone with a
could.
green thumb.
They could open a retailer business that's just that hemp CBD products.
I just wanted
that's not my
to
point.
point
Live-
back to
live
the
plant.
definition again. So just to make sure that we're clear on what is included in this tax ordinance, right? So in P, you'll see the industrial hemp definition, and that is consistent with the reference section in Q, which is 11018.5. I just wanted to clarify that, of the California Health and Safety Code, which defines hemp, and it does not include clothing or the types of businesses that you, or the types of hemp plants or products that you are concerned about. Once again, specifically disallowing, excuse me, but excluding those businesses from the definition is also on the table, of course. But you'll see that it's currently consistent with what you are envisioning. So that's, I once again wanted to point that out.
Perfect. All right. Any other questions or comments? Anyone from,
All right. So
anyone from the public wants to comment? Zoom, e-comments? All right, clarify the motion, please.
So the motion is amended, as we've discussed, to make the range on retail delivery services 1 to 9%, to include all retail and delivery services that deliver hemp and or other CBD. CBD products. And that's it. That's all we need, right? Because you've already excluded.
That's what I have in my notes, yeah. But again, if you want me to specifically exempt those products from the definition of hemp, I certainly can. It's just.
We talked about that, right? Ingestion and absorption.
Yeah, I thought you just covered, so you identified where it was covered.
I believe that this definition is consistent already.
Right.
But again, if the council so wishes, we can specifically exclude those specific types of hemp products.
Non-consumptive, non-ingestible.
Right.
We'll look at that. We can bring back
Yeah,
what the California definition is as well. And so that's clear. And if we want to add it to the ordinance, we can add it or whatever we might need to do.
All right.
You have a second?
I second.
You seconded already. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? All right. Passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, David.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it. All right, item N3. So, didn't realize this was going to be on the agenda until a couple days ago. I could have emailed a few people. So everyone understands where this item is coming from. We have a new police chief, a new chief in town. Can't say new sheriff in town.
He did not initiate this.
Well, actually, so just so everyone knows where this came from, the leaf blower ordinance that we have on file here in Redondo Beach has been in effect for multiple years. And there's been a lot of warnings given out. And recently with a new chief, he's done a quality of life task force is going out and proactively enforcing a lot of quality of life issues. One of the quality of life issues is the all types of leaf blowers. And I'll tell you, as District 1 council member, I got a lot of complaints from the public, and they were geared around people who had their gardeners getting tickets. They didn't understand why their gardeners were getting tickets. They were, they felt that they were harassed. They started emailing me multiple times. I'll just tell you, I've gotten over 20 emails on this in the last 6 months alone. So I directed everyone, all these people who came through and said, hey, email the whole council as a whole. And you can have, maybe if we get a discussion here, the council as a whole, we can allow different types of leaf blowers, such as electric leaf blowers. You know, just the other day I was in another city and some gardener was out there cleaning up. And I noticed, wow, he cleans everything up really quickly. And I realized he had a backpack electric leaf blower and I couldn't even hear the device. So didn't get the model number or anything, don't worry. But so we now have a discussion coming back. It's been an issue, both having and not having this ordinance. So we'll be interested to see how this goes along. And I guess we have Randy Forbes here as, I can't believe our public works director isn't co-hosting this, but I'm sure he'll be a few things to say.
Oh, We have three of us here.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
I may have prepared the item, but I have a feeling more of the discussion might come from Public Works as well as the police department.
Yeah.
So this item was made a referral to staff made at the June 21st council meeting, and it was to revisit the ordinance and consider exceptions to the ban to possibly allow electric and battery-powered leaf blowers. And although, yes, there's been additional enforcement and concern on the public, I think this was, the referral itself was the concern that we have numerous public works projects that are impacted by the prohibition and the potential efficiencies in ongoing municipal property maintenance if we had the exception. So that was why we're bringing this back for that conversation. The current regulations, just for history, were adopted in July of 2018 and became effective in August of that year. Initially, the enforcement was giving courtesy notices. And then in 2020 is when we really started doing citations. We got citation books in 2019, started a little bit there, but in 2020, I think with everybody, being at home during COVID and the pandemic, there's a lot more, people were noticing it more during the day when they would have normally been at a workplace and may not have been aware of it. So we were receiving a lot more calls, and this was when code enforcement was under community development. And we were doing about 45 citations a year since it's gone to the police department. Just in 2022, there have already been 121 citations issued. So I think there's more there are more resources there to address those calls as they come in. Before it was, the two code enforcement agents that were also having to deal with everything else code enforcement, and here you now have a little bit more resources. With that, in the staff report, one of the things that we're looking at is the fact that the state is actually going to be, there are industry changes as well. The state regulations regarding leaf blowers with Assembly Bill 1346 that was adopted last year will ban the sale of gas-powered leaf blowers, lawnmowers, generators, and other small off-road engines is what they call them, in California as soon as 2024. So, seeing that's going to be going into effect, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of sales of that. That doesn't change the fact that, some people already own their gas-powered. But what we provided was a little bit of comparison with noise for gas-powered leaf blowers or in the 80 to 90 decibel range. And this is measured from 50 feet away. The electric, they're still not silent, but they're in a little bit lower range, 65 to 70 decibels. And there are actually newer models being created that are being manufactured that are 59 decibel level. And that's, again, from 50 feet away. So we're starting to see some industry changes, I think, as that new legislation goes into effect. We're going to probably see even more changes in the manufacturing. That's one component, right? Noise was one. It was a major component of adopting the ordinance in the first place to ban leaf blowers. But you also have the combustible. You have combustible exhaust, and that would make a difference as well. But there's also the particulate, and the particulate's going to be there either way, whether you use the gas or electric. So the noise might be reduced a little bit, and as improvements are made in the manufacturing, you might see even more reduction in the noise. Certainly, the combustible exhaust wouldn't be there for that equipment. In 2018, when this was being considered, there was discussion about, is it just an outright ban, which is what ended up happening? Was it time of day? I think that, looking at the combustibles, the particulate, it was more than just the noise that where the decision was made. We put some options out there. These are certainly not like, conclusive, the only things that you can choose from. One would be to just exempt electric and battery powered leaf blowers outright. And I'll leave it to Public Works to talk about whether or not that's going to help them with their efficiency, which was part of the conversation in the referral. The second would be exempt electric and battery powered leaf blowers, but limit the hours of operation. So you're still like addressing the noise. And then you could allow all leaf blowers, but limit the hours of operation, or just repeal the ordinance outright. So that's kind of that do nothing or do the opposite of nothing approach. So, just some, putting out there some different options. So we didn't want to just say it's only this one component. With that, I'll leave it to the other two department heads to address their particular impacts.
Yeah, I think, and council can direct us questions. I think if they have them, they're on standby. The one, I think, stat that's worth noting, our calls regarding leaf blowers have declined precipitously since we began writing citations. So to track what Brandy mentioned earlier, we issued 3 citations in 2019, 45 citations in 2020, the same number in 2021, and then to date in 2022, 121 citations. So obviously a massive step up. Our calls for service in 2019 regarding leaf blowers were 299. They grew to 424 in 2020, dropped to 223 in 21, and this year to date, we're at 112 calls. So you can see call volume and complaints regarding leaf blowers is going down, trending significantly down. Citations are up. Now the council's discussion is really about whether you want to provide for some alternatives here for those who would like to use some form of technology to address various yard clippings, which chief among that interested party would be our Public Works Department.
Sure. So the only thing I'll say to that, thank you very much, is for all of you that have said a lawn or leaf vacuum is an alternative, my answer to you is come by my house at 7:30 in the morning on a Wednesday, and you tell me if a leaf vacuum is quieter, that goes off for 45 minutes, that's well over 100 decibels, and sucking up leaves and dirt and everything else. I'll tell you, it's not. They're big, they're loud, and they're monstrosity. So, Councilmember Obaji.
I do agree. Leaf vacuums are going to be, anything I can think that plugs into the wall is going to be really loud. I'd like to hear from Director Simon as to whether it would be helpful to have electric or battery powered leaf blowers for the Public Works Department. And I'll go ahead.
Good evening, council members. Yes, that's Simon, Public Works Director. Yes, when the council created the ban from the ordinance, it did have a significant impact on our operations. It was a 10 to 20%, depending on the location. The North Redondo bike path was one of the perfect example.
What do you mean? Sorry.
In terms of time.
Time.
In time to do the effort that we do, because when we are mowing, cutting, trying to clean up something as long and as significant as the North Redondo bike path, it is a very, very time-consuming effort. Even here at City Hall, a lot of times when our crews are here mowing the grasses that are around, on our walkway areas, we don't have enough time to be able to pick up those clippings and or to remove those clippings at the time that we would have done that with a leaf blower. So we often come back, say after lunch, sometimes the next day in order to remove those clippings. It actually increased some of our contracts, our WCA contract for tree trimming. One of the things that they used to do when they finished their tree trimming is they clean up any of the material that was there. Leaf blowers are one of the methods they used to use in order to cordon everything off, in order to brush that and remove that. They were unable to do that, and actually one of the amendments to the contract was a 10% increase in their fees as a result.
How much was that?
10%.
Yeah, but
and that, if you think about it, it's a $300,000 to $400,000 annual cost for each of the areas. That's about a $30,000 to $40,000
per year,
just for that. So would an electric and or battery operated leaf blower help? Absolutely, it can help. We did try battery powered leaf blowers and other equipment in the past. The technology at the time didn't prove to be viable for us because we're out in the field. The crews are out for hours of the day, and a lot of the battery life would not last long enough. We know that that technology is improved, and we could explore that further if that's the direction we get from the council.
All right. So thank you for that, Director Simon. So let me tell you, my evolution on this. As a resident, before I was on council, when this discussion was being had during the pandemic, I spoke to council and I said, you got to ban it outright because people are home working from home and this noise is disrupting their work and it's really loud. With that said, what I notice now as a council member is people ask for the grass to be trimmed. I put that request into Public Works. Then people take pictures of the grass on the sidewalk asking for it to be scooped up. And I see how long that sidewalk is and I was like, oh my God, somebody's got to go with a broom and push all that because we've banned leaf blowers. So I do think a change is necessary. I've noticed my neighbor uses, and my neighbor got a battery powered one, he's a unit B. And he uses it and it's ultra quiet, but it's battery powered. And I think the ones that plug into the wall are a lot more powerful and a lot louder. So I guess to ask Director Simon again, do you think battery is gonna cut it or we gotta basically say battery or electric? Or battery for, and then there's, I guess, costs because obviously our gardeners are not the wealthiest of folks who can just upgrade to the latest technology. So, do we know about the affordability of these battery powered leaf blowers? No, lastly share that when I polled residents with 83 of them answering, 74%, 62 of them said yes, allow electric and battery powered leaf blowers. 25% said no. But go ahead if you, about the battery versus electric.
So battery versus electric, more than likely we would be using battery. Electric would be viable if we're at a civic center complex where we have access to electric plug-in. But on battery, if that again becomes the direction of the council, we will have to buy multiple battery packs because a single battery will just not do the significant work that we need to do.
All right, I see cordless leaf blowers ranging from $60 to $200.
They're very effective. I'll tell you that.
Well, and keep in mind, once AB 1346 is fully implemented, that's the only thing you're going to be able to buy anyway.
Well, you're still going to be able to do plug-in. You're just not going to, you can do plug-in or battery.
Or battery. Those two will be the only options. Diesel will no longer, gas powered will no longer be available.
So I would be inclined to make a motion to accept from our leaf blower ban, battery powered leaf blowers.
Don't you want to hear from the rest of your colleagues?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, but that's, I'll throw it out.
I would support you on that. We might need Councilmember MD here. All right, Councilmember, I'll ask, hey, City Manager.
Yes.
The numbers that you just quoted, does that include the Comcate requests and Comcate apps?
Joe, does the statistics you provided today on the calls for service, does that include Comcates or is that just dispatch?
Let me raise this up here.
We'll get some elevator music for you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Or you can kneel.
Good evening. Those numbers, those are actual calls for service. So we get emails, phone calls, Comcate requests, and a variety of methods of delivery as far as complaints related to, some of them are text messages, right, that I end up forwarding. But we get a variety of methods for the way that we receive complaints. The numbers that I provided to Brandy Forbes and to the city manager were actual calls for service. So somebody calls dispatch and says, there's a leaf blower over here. And then the other number was actual citations that were issued. So, but it's interesting the way the numbers were. I know the city manager read the numbers to you, but in 2022, we actually received less calls for service than citations that we've issued. And that's because of all the proactive work.
Right.
It's an interesting intersection of data.
Yeah, it's first year that's happened.
But the complaints that have gone up in terms of, because what I've noticed this spring was, or this year, I should say, a significant amount of complaints going about the enforcement.
Yeah.
So I'll just tell you.
Yeah, these are different. Yeah, that's about the fact that their gardeners or landscapers can no longer use the leaf blowers and they're frustrated at receiving the citation.
It's an interesting
Like people who
situation for us
complain
as
about
well.
getting a speeding ticket.
I'm sorry?
It's like people who complain about getting a speeding ticket.
Right, cars are going too fast, and I mean, I was a motorcycle officer for years. You know, cars are going too fast on the street, and then I pull somebody over, and they're like, but I live here. I'm like, well, I know.
Well, there's a good excuse.
Similar situation.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so I had joked with Todd when this came up that we were opening up Pandora's box by bringing this back for a conversation, but I'm going to respectfully disagree. And this is the one time where I will go against making public works teams' jobs easier. But, you know, when we had this, we had a really lengthy conversation around this topic for multiple meetings years ago. And the particulate matter aspect, you know, I mean, initially we took this on based on noise, right? But really when we got into the particulate matter aspect of it, from an environmental perspective, from a health perspective, I'm sorry.
Define particulate matter for me, please.
Dust, things being blown into the air, particulate matter.
2.5 microns or higher.
You know,
But not from the device.
No, it's from everything.
From the action of blowing, right? You know, which is why, you know, I think the vacuums, you know, whether they're loud or not, they are not necessarily creating that, right? They're sucking it into a bag. But that really kind of took me to the point where we made the decision that we did, and it felt heavy-handed, and I didn't make that decision lightly. I don't think any of us did, actually. But I think it's working, and I mean, I do get complaints about people about the dust and aspects in certain neighborhoods. Clearly over COVID, Brandy was, you know, getting lots of emails from me because of the noise, you know, just because of the tall and skinny neighborhoods and whatnot. I think we leave it as is. I think it's been working. And I don't have a problem with it staying where it's at. People can get a battery-operated vacuum if they want and still accomplish the same stuff.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Well, I was willing to entertain this discussion, and I honestly see the value of what you're saying in terms of electric and battery. However, I think if you go back on this, you're going to cause a lot of confusion. You're going to not only allow people to use electric and battery, but then the people that are no longer blasting their gas ones, which we don't want, will go back to it. And by that I mean, what I've noticed is there are still people using gas engines, but they do it much more quietly because they're aware of the enforcement. Now you're going to ask people that call in to differentiate between what's a gas one and what's an electric one. You're also going to ask, so when they call in, they may say, hey, there's a leaf blower, but they may not know that it's permitted. It's an electric one. It might be a gas one. They may not know the difference. That's the first thing. The second thing is you're going to send code enforcement people out there to enforce it. And they get out there and it's an electric one versus a gas one. And they're like, well, I wasted my time doing that. What I think I think you're really watering down the intent of it. I think it's actually had a very positive impact. I have had no one in the last 2 years write me about the need to repeal it. What I have had people write me on is you need to enforce it better. And we've done a really good job of that, I think. Just by the numbers that have been produced, there are fewer calls. That means it's working. Because I think we've said this all along, if you enforce it, the word is going to get out there and fewer people are going to use them, or the ones that are using them are going to use it at a lower volume. That's one thing. Christian is absolutely right about the particulate matter. I was on the board of the American Heart Association. What you don't see can kill you. You don't realize that particulate matter is one of the worst contributors to heart disease. It's killed many more people, particulate matter from
gas power plants than Chernobyl ever did. You know, I don't know if you realize that, but anything that's 2.5 microns or larger has been attributed to lung disease, COPD, heart disease, cancer, you name it. Ask any physician, any what's the word I'm looking for? The people that deal with lungs. Pulmonologist, right, will tell you. Now that's partially because of fossil fuels, but it's also for things like blowing dust around. People that work in the Central Valley that deal with farming, a lot of them die premature because of pesticides, because of dust that goes around. It sounds pretty innocuous. It's actually pretty bad. So this doesn't solve that problem. So, I mean, those are a couple reasons why you probably want to continue this. I know the mayor's not very happy about repealing this as well. It seems to be working. I know it's a problem to some degree for Public Works, but just like many other things, we get used to it. I'm maybe going out on a limb here, I may be the only person around here that does my own gardening. Okay, I mean, I trim all my trees. Okay, well, maybe.
I can do all my
I'm
own
able
stuff.
to do it. I have an electric leaf blower. It'd be great to be able to use it at times, but I realize A, it's not allowed.
How about that grass in the backyard? Yours.
B, what a hypocrite I would be. B, it's not good for health, and it's really not doing a great job, honestly. I just use a rake. Now, I know that, Public Works has much more land to deal with. We deal with it with the school district as well. They're not exactly adhering to this, which is I'm not very happy about that. But you make do. And I don't see people down here with pitchforks saying, you need to repeal this. I just don't. And I don't get the calls that you guys may get. I just don't. So, I was willing to entertain this. I think it's still an interesting idea, but I think it's going to create problems in terms of enforcement. And it's had a big impact. And maybe you not realize it. I've worked from my home for the last 25 years. I notice a huge difference, a big difference. And, and those things aren't effective. I see the gardeners, they blow it out into the street. They blow it from yard to yard. It just doesn't work. If they were doing it and raking it, whatever, that'd be great, but it doesn't. You're just blowing it from one place to the other. So I get the intent of this. I'm not trying to be the nanny state here, but I do think there is a reason why we have it, and it's worked after we've started enforcing it. So I'm not going to be voting for this. I just think that, I'm not going to even say give it more time. It seems to be working. But, we'll see. It looks like we may have a split council here, and then whatever.
Hey, nobody to break a tie.
Yeah, so anyway, I'd love to hear from the public.
Yes, I do.
I'd love to hear from the public.
Yeah, I do too.
Let's hear from the public.
But hold on, before we go any further, then if you're not going to go, then I'll say something. Can you share my screen for me, please? 1A?
That was what I was going to do. Go for it.
Which switch?
1A?
Are you going to show me horror stories of leaves that have not been raked?
It's not Todd using his leaf blower, is it?
It's going to make another comment I'd
like to see that
about Todd's backyard, but I'm not going to overframe. So part of the discussion here, sorry. Beautiful. So part of the discussion I presented was when we started having this, I had a study from the University of Redlands, and University of Redlands did a study on leaf blowers, vacuums, lawn, leaf, and vacuums, so on and so forth, as well as sweeping, different types of sweeping, asphalt, concrete, so on and so forth. And they did it in an enclosed environment with particulate matter on the ground. And they did a full-blown university study. It was a grad student study, and they have brought in facts. And you will see here from the conclusions, table 9, won't need to show it to you, it's all full of details, but there was little difference between blowing and vacuuming with the model that was tested. So we're going to vacuum leaves, you're going to have just as much, if not more, actually, particulate matter.
Because with the model that was
model was tested, so
we don't know what model that was.
We don't know what kind of blower they used.
And it's a full-blown study.
It's a full-blown study. Sweeping with a broom on concrete.
I'll be here all week.
You will.
Try the veal.
Sweeping with a broom on concrete creates significant particulate matter issues, whereas sweeping on asphalt does not. Okay, and if I show you the graph and get into it, it's basically, essentially exactly the same. And then raking of leaves did not generate significant amounts of particulate matter because raking is not dealing with particulate matter, it's large objects. So I understand what you're talking about I actually have a video, I don't have it here, but there is, I have a great video of our street sweeper that goes by around the entire city of Redondo Beach. And if you ever stand behind or anywhere near a street sweeper, and if you're worried about particulate matter, please do not stand within 100 feet of that street sweeper
Nail you hard.
because they will nail you hard with a massive amount of dust. And it's not just any dust, folks, it's street dust. So that's nowhere near as to what leaf blowers will do. So we will go to the public. Anyone from the public? I know the seekers. All right.
Can I share something first?
Yes, absolutely. 1C? I don't know.
One came prepared. 2B.
2B.
Came prepared.
So, Councilmember Lowenstein, to your point about the confusion as to whether the person has a gas-powered one or an electric one, a battery-powered one, is these electric ones are pretty small. They don't have a big backpack with a huge hose coming out, where the people are walking around. And it may be resolved in a good issue where you're at, but it's not. My neighbors across the street still have their gardener coming with a leaf blower. I've called it in once, twice, but we also have a thin police patrol, and they can't rush out to go cite the leaf blower. So, and we do have long driveways in North Redondo and District 4, especially 3 on the lots, 2 on the lots. And people can't use their hose, waste water to hose down their driveway and clean it off. Sweeping, those are really long driveways. So I would like to restore this for Public Works and for the private consumer. Frankly, I have an electric one that plugs in, but I will not use that because that's as loud as a leaf blower. So I would end up getting a new battery powered one, but in any event, my front yard's tiny and I can just broom the mulch back on, which is what I do right now anyways. But I'm going to withdraw my motion. I don't think we have the support for it here today. And I'd like to continue this discussion on some other day.
We'll have to do a date. Let's listen to the public before we, maybe the public will. All right, we're gonna take the first cards first and we'll have the seekers. So we'll do Elaine Seeker, you can come on down. Hold on, and go.
It has been 4 years now that the leaf blower ban has been in effect. For 4 years, there has been a more peaceful and serene neighborhood ambiance due to substantially less noise and air pollution. The majority of the gardeners use rakes and brooms, and the neighborhood landscaping looks neat and well manicured. They gather the debris and take it away with less noise and less pollution. How nice and wonderful this has been these past 4 years. This has all been made possible through the help of code enforcement officers and the Redondo Beach Police Department, as well as communicating with our neighbors. To make the exception for electric or battery-powered leaf blowers and have them be put into use would be detrimental to the environment and is unwarranted. The ban on gas, electric, and battery-powered leaf blowers is working, and there needs to be absolutely no exemptions whatsoever. Electric and battery-powered leaf blowers are definitely disturbingly noisy, have a range of 60 to 100 decibels, which can be heard from hundreds of feet away, which includes an irritating and high-pitched whiny squeal. Electric and battery-powered leaf blowers create pollution because with their velocity of 120 to 250 miles per hour, they whip up plumes of dust and blow toxic particulate matter around that can adhere to everything and to everyone. Imagine the distance that particulate matter is thrown into the air at this high rate of speed and how much noise this creates. Blowing dust and toxic particulate matter that includes mold, pollen, pesticides, carcinogens, and viral diseases around and into adjacent properties and out into the street and creating noise is not environmentally sound. Equally vulnerable to the assault of all leaf blowers are those who work at home, the elderly aging in place, people at home in hospice, people recovering from surgery or illness, newborn babies and toddlers, joggers, and anyone who works outdoors. We should all have the right not to be subjected to the toxins and the noise that any and all types of leaf blowers generate. If electric and battery leaf blowers are allowed, there will be an abundant increase of persistent and pervasive noise and air pollution that will be irritating, intolerable, and horribly unfair. In my area alone, gardeners come 6 days a week at different times throughout the day with a total of approximately 15 different gardening crews. This is going to be totally horrendous if they all resort to using electric or battery-powered leaf blowers. All leaf blowers have been scientifically proven to be harmful and destructive to the ecosystem, one's quality of life, as well as being deemed to be completely unnecessary for the maintenance of one's landscaping. Thank you. May I present this to?
Yes, motion received and file.
Second.
How many copies?
Okay,
Thank you so much.
all right, thank you. Next up is Douglas Seeker. I'll do a favor. I'll get it.
Well, actually, she didn't use it.
Thank you.
This council might well consider the famous medical creed, first do no harm. Will the decision to allow certain types of leaf blowers to be used at Redondo Beach be first and foremost beneficial to the health and well-being of its residents and the environment? And if not, no exemption should be forthcoming. If you remember anything this evening that is said about any type of leaf blowers, remember this: zero emissions does not equate to zero pollution. Whether gas, electric, or battery powered, all leaf blowers force all kinds of debris into the air, such as residues from dried animal feces, dirt, dust, lawn fertilizers, chemical weed killers, and very harmful small particulate matter that lodges deep into our lungs. Why would we ever want to go backwards? What's the real benefit? But what's the real cost? There are no credible scientific studies that prove leaf blowers add anything beneficial to our ecological environment. Rather, leaf blowers remove topsoil, natural mulch, and organic compost. Plants are not meant to be subjected to the 180-mile-per-hour winds that these machines can't emit. Essential pollinators such as honeybees, bumblebees, and ladybugs will not occupy a garden that is under such assault. A while back, our neighbor's gardener, unbeknownst to the owner, used an obnoxiously loud battery-powered leaf blower adjacent to our backyard and blew a large visible cloud of dust and dirt onto our patio while I was sitting there. She denied to the owner this usage, but my video of her using the blower proved otherwise. This reveals that all types of leaf blowers expel pollution and noise into all adjacent properties and negatively affects the surrounding quality of life for everyone. And that leaf blower users will resort to violating any ban for their convenience if they believe they can get away with it. How fair is that for one neighbor's gardener can force upon another neighbor this kind of polluting intrusion without there being any consequence or recourse? How could anyone logically and with sound reasoning suggest or even believe that creating additional levels of air and noise pollution adds to the benefit of humans and for any type and kind of animal and plant life? So now I call out to the City Council to be thoughtfully considerate and not bring back or make any exemptions to any and all leaf blowers that are so destructive to both human health and to the environment. I want to extend my personal appreciation for the chief's involvement in the quality of life issues in this city. It has made a difference that someone has personally now become responsible to enforce such an important, healthful quality of life issue. Thank you. I'd like to submit these for the record, please.
Motion received, file.
Second. Go for it.
Okay.
All right, is there anyone else from the public who wants to come down and speak on this subject? Do we have a e-comments or Zoom comments?
We do have an e-comment Submitted by David Waldner. The fact of the matter is that since the inception of the leaf blower ordinance in 2018, the city's code enforcement division has made almost zero effort to enforce the ordinance. Excuse me. I personally called the division on at least 30 occasions to report active violations on my street block. Not once did anything happen, even though I provided documentation, including photos, company names, etc. I finally gave up. The same violators are still using the equipment every week with the same results. Particulate pollution, noise, and stormwater/beach contamination that the original ordinance was intended to reduce. This particular modification to the ordinance will do nothing as it will never be enforced. Concludes comments.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Mr. Speaker, I share your appreciation for the chief and his work, but I'll also let you know that code enforcement was made a top agenda item for the city council when I got elected, and said that the blight on Artesia Boulevard and all the other violations of our municipal code were going unscathed, unenforced, and with no repercussions whatsoever. So that's when we decided, working with our city attorney and city manager especially, to add more officers, more leadership to the police department, more funding to that area. And I appreciate the chief in executing that change in policy very well. So I see if there's appetite to accept battery powered for public works only.
Yeah.
And maybe just trim it to that as a compromise.
We had that discussion a while ago. It's a little bit of holier than thou.
All right, well, I'll withdraw the motion.
Yeah, it's, and I understand the intent of that, but I think the city should live by the same rules that we make. You know.
So I fully support you. I don't think we're gonna get there with this council tonight. Maybe if we had a third vote, we could get there. But I mentioned the school board was just brought up, and sitting up here, you learn a few things. Fortunately, it worked out for me in a way. We did not specifically mention the school board or school district, excuse me, which means then this ordinance does not apply to the school district, and they are not abiding by that law. We did pass another law recently, actually 2-3 years ago, smoking one. Anyways, the point here is what people I think need to realize, and the seekers, I totally respect what you've done and your point of view on this. But people also need to realize the real cost to the city on this. You have police out there with code enforcement taking their time away to enforce this type of action. Think about all the things that are happening in the city, all the types of code enforcement, all the type of speeding, stop signs. I mean, you just mentioned speeding. I get complaints all the time in District 1 regarding speeding. Esplanade, people not stopping at stop signs. There's a stop sign in the Riviera Village that hardly anyone ever stops at. We can't pass all these ordinances, laws, just expect everyone to pass it. We have to have enforcement. So we have to be judicious about what we're passing, how we're funding the enforcement capabilities on that. But more importantly, if we're gonna pass something, we have to sit here and inherently have a level of what we're actually going to really enforce and get out there and do. I don't believe we should be having our officers going out there and enforcing this. I just don't. And I've been very firm about this. And the reason why is because we have our officers who have deadly force and can use deadly force. And if somebody has to be going out there, an officer has to go out there and to enforce this, it's somebody who probably doesn't want to care about the law and says, to heck with you, I'm going to do what I want to do. And I think, in my opinion, we have to be very careful how we pass these laws. And this is not something I want to send an officer out there with. Now, when it comes to traffic enforcement and stop sign enforcement, absolutely. And cannabis items, absolutely. But this is not something that rises to that level. And I think it's costing us a significant amount of money. So I will be working with Councilmember Baji later on to maybe bring this back at a later date and time. We have 2.5 years. No disrespect to the seekers. I understand how you guys have gotten this, and congratulations for getting this through. But I have, contrary to some of my members here on the council, I've gotten a significant amount of complaints from people who can't use sweeping items or they need mechanical assistance to help clean up. They just do. They love gardening. A lot of people, a lot of gardeners out there, they don't find it's fair to them. It makes their life way more expensive and harder to go through. So it is a real issue. I know we joke about this, but at the end of the day, it's a real issue that affects people on a real every single day life. And we have, like I said, Public Works here, extra $30,000, $40,000. That's just for the one contract. So I do take it seriously, and I do think that Councilmember Baji I have a path forward later on this.
Well, we do enforce loud exhaust and code enforcement on that as well, too. And that's a
real
quality of life.
And that's
Quality of life thing as well, too.
You want to make a motion to continue it, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be amenable to making a motion to continue this to
3 months down the line.
3 months down the line, when all 5 council members are here. 3 months.
Does that work for you, Mr. City Manager?
Well, we can certainly bring it back. The question is going to be, do your colleagues want to discuss this again? I know there's probably a fifth council person who has shown interest in, or has taken a different policy view on this matter. I also recall our mayor having a very distinct opinion about this too. So you've got to ask yourselves, if you really think there's a path forward here or a workout among all of you, then let's revisit it. If you think this is, I'm just projecting perhaps, a 3-2 repeal and a veto, I'm not sure it's worth our time. So I'll leave that all to the 4 of you, and we'll re-agendize if you have a motion to carry this for another discussion.
All right, I don't think we even have the votes for that, so.
Okay.
We'll have to re-agendize it another day.
How about we end on a good note? A motion to receive and file.
Yes.
I'll vote for that.
Second.
All right, got a second on that. All right, no more public comment. All in favor? Aye. Anyone saying no?
Nope.
No. Any abstentions? No. All right, passes unanimously. All right, onwards to our next item.
Yep, that'll be me. Item N4, we're talking about our strategic planning objectives. The council recall that we conducted 2 sessions, end of August and early September, and we committed to bringing back to you a fully constructed and built out list of objectives. We have 45 objectives. The council in its last forum really focused on kind of general titles, gave us direction on what to bring forward and repeat in the latest matrix. Just to give you a sense of time, this particular strategic plan set of goals and objectives would pertain to the September through April 25th period. I believe we tentatively set the next session for April 25th. We left it on the plan through April 2023 just to give us a little flexibility in that final scheduling, but that is the tentative hold. And we believe we've captured your intent here. We're open to modifications, tweaks, or additions if the council sees fit. But we're ready to get to work as soon as you ultimately adopt this matrix and list of objectives.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, I do have a permitting or licensing for permits or permits section. I would like to throw on here a report with an update on what we're doing with event permits.
Special events you're speaking to.
Special events, well, events
Special
and
event
special
process,
events.
really.
Well, event process,
Yeah.
event permitting process, because that's a very large item, and I'm dealing with this myself. There's ICA, we're having an event next week, Thursday, and I don't even think I started the application back at end of July, early August, and I think all I've paid for so far is the actual permit itself. I'm literally going from department to door, being shipped over here, shipped over there, and now I had a meeting this morning, actually, for an hour with Riviera Village Bid, and they said the same thing, and I think it's really important. We also talk regarding special events, regarding costing of how we're doing business and how we're expecting event people to pay monies. So
Yeah, we've discussed, I think this is an area that we're focusing on internally. We've turned quite a bit of attention towards this issue In fact, Joe and I had a recent conversation about staffing of various events. We're bringing in one of our regular event promoters into a meeting here next week to talk about options and how we could try to do things more cost effectively. You're speaking also to, I think, workflow issues with regards to not only special events, but also facility reservations is effectively, in this case, what you're describing, your activity at Seaside Lagoon. So we could very easily provide a report on our process, and we could talk a little bit about workflow improvement options, much like we did with our traffic calming measures and our stop sign policy in general that we brought back to everybody that most of you were all pleased with. So absolutely could do something like that. We could do that as a matter of referral, or we could do that as a strategic plan objective addition here, whatever the council sees fit.
I'd like to have it just on here as a goal 6 so we don't do referral, but it's actually larger encompassing because it will take you some time to put together. So item number 7, when do you think you'd be comfortable talking about this? November, December, January?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna have a lot on our plate here through the end of the calendar year. That said, I don't want to give the impression that we're not going to be working with these promoters. And as you know, we're already committed to coming back to you to talking about the 4th of July event here in the next month or two anyway. So I'd say probably maybe we do a buy date, like by the first meeting in March. You know, we'll try to get it into you January, February, but give us a little flexibility. And it would really be special event, facility to reservation process improvements. And we would probably, I would describe it as provide a report to the city council on the status of improvements to the city's special event and facility reservation process.
And that includes all the other conversations we've had regarding events like Springfest and
how we evaluate, how we manage, and ultimately, and what options we provide providers from a security standpoint. As you all know, we've talked about that. Those decisions flow through our department heads, and it's important that they do, and that they ultimately make those decisions administratively. But what we're working towards are ways to be as efficient and safe as we can be.
Okay.
So we could certainly adopt the objectives with that addition if your colleagues concur.
Wait, is this a surcharge?
No, it's how
this is process improvements.
So it'll be.
I do have one addition as well.
Yeah, so that'd be under add it as item number 7 or goal 6, enhance the delivery of city services. Who would be city manager and?
It would be CM working with various departments.
Yeah, Parks and Rec, and I mean it's really all departments, and that's why I think of this as a larger goal. It's becoming an issue. So yeah, item number 7, if we can add that'd be great. I'll make a motion. And then Councilmember Obaji?
Yes, short one. This will be under goal 2, item number 11. The who will be our
goal item 11. Hold on.
Vitalize core commercial areas.
Yeah, vitalize core commercial areas. It'll be for our community development director as well as our economic development director. And this is to present on potential incentives that the city could offer for lot mergers or lot acquisition by adjoining owners on Artesia Boulevard, in the ACAP region, I should say.
Ooh, okay. Well, let's talk about that for a second. Incentives usually requires an environmental review.
If you said, for example, we're going to refund the transfer tax that's collected, to the people who acquire adjacent lots in order to create a single lot.
You're talking about fiscal incentives, not development incentives.
Yeah, no, okay. like financial incentives.
Yeah.
Or we're going to forgive sales tax for the first 6 months of operation, our portion of sales tax,
okay.
Or first year even, if you engage in a lot merger.
So this is for so specific to lot merger.
Mergers, ties, I don't know the exact jargon for it, but when you take these, the ACAP found that the problem was that these properties are super thin, and that impedes development. So we need to help induce the merger of these lots.
Property / lot mergers, okay. So this would fall under goal 2, vitalize core commercial areas. It'd be the 11th goal. And in this case, it would be WED and CD.
Right.
And no rush on this is something we can kind of work.
Yeah, 6-7 months out.
All right, maybe we'll do it by April 25th like we did number 10 above it.
Sounds good. Sorry, Director Forbes, this came out of our beach life discussion.
And then we'll call this, we'll title it sort of property / lot mergers, and then we'll call it provide
In the ECAP region.
Yeah, provide a report on fiscal incentives the city can provide to encourage property / lot mergers on Artesia Boulevard.
Thank you.
All right, does that work for everybody?
Yeah, amend the motion to accept both of those.
Second.
He seconded.
Oh, he's
Second. All right.
Okay, is there any public comment? Unless you guys, no. Any public, wants to come down and speak? Any Zoom or? Okay. So accepting as is with those two additions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And anyone against? No? Any abstentions? No? All right.
Okay.
Pass it unanimously.
We'll get to work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to item N5, our last item on the agenda. It's just going much faster than I was expecting.
You want to slow it down?
No.
Did you want to think about that? All right, Ms. Strickfadden,
Good evening.
pay and benefits, $1 million raises.
Yes, so this report basically outlines the process to consider salary adjustments for elected officials. And in 2005, the council adopted a resolution regarding the review of future salary adjustments for elected officials by requesting a recommendation from the Budget and Finance Commission. So the charter provides that if a salary is adjusted, that change must be completed 30 days prior to the nomination period for an upcoming election through adoption of a city council ordinance. It then would become effective at the beginning of the forthcoming term in April of the following year. And the nomination period for the March 2023 election opens November 14th, 2022. Therefore, any salary changes would need to be adopted by council 30 days prior and concluded by October 14th. And as changes are adopted by ordinance, which require a first and second reading, staff seeking direction regarding bringing an ordinance to the October 4th council meeting for first reading to make any desired adjustments. This salary review is typically conducted every other year based on what positions are coming up for election. For city council, city treasurer, and city clerk, salary reviews were last performed in 2018. With that being said, the city council salary has not been adjusted since 2007 and stands at $927.31 per month, plus another 12% for deferred compensation.
We get a salary? Just
I always forget about the 31 cents.
Just kidding.
In 2014, the city treasurer's salary was reduced to $2,083 per month in conjunction with a reduction from full-time to part-time duties and has remained the same ever since. The city clerk's salary has remained at $10,558 per month since April 1, 2018. And of note, the management confidential unit did receive a 1% increase in January 2022 and will receive a 2% increase in January 2023. But the city clerk does not receive those increases, even though the position is tied to the benefits of the management and confidential pay plan. It should be noted that the city council appropriated funding during the current year's budget adoption to bring the city council salaries up to minimum wage. Currently, the $927 per month stipend is equivalent to the California $15 per hour minimum wage based on 62 hours a month or 15 hours a week. So the city charter and the government code limit how much of an increase can be applied to the council positions. The government code outlines a formula of 5% per year based on population size and from the date of the last increase. As council salaries were last increased in 2007, the maximum increase that could be applied is 80%, which is based on 16 years. That's including the effective date of 2023, times 5% per year. And there is an attorney general opinion that it cannot be compounded, so it would be a straight 80%. An increase this size would put the monthly salary at $1,669.16 per month, which would equal about 111 hours per month or 26 hours per week at $15 an hour. At their meeting last night, the Budget and Finance Commission reviewed this information and recommended the following adjustments. For City Council, they recommended a one-time adjustment of 3% times 15 years, bringing salaries to $13.48 a month. For City Clerk, they recommended a one-time 3% increase in compensation. And for City Treasurer, no change to compensation. So provided within the report is background information on each position, including updated salary surveys that were conducted for the City Council and City Clerk positions. And that concludes my report, unless there are questions, of which I'm sure there are.
Can you repeat the 1348 for council was the recommendation? What was the clerk?
The clerk was a one-time increase of 3%, so it'd be 3% times the 10,558.
And the city clerk's position does not get the 1% or 2%?
No.
Okay. I mean, I would, yeah, okay. Okay, that's it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. So I would be in favor of, for the city clerk to do the recommendation of the Budget and Finance plus the 2% increase, because they didn't get that before for the management confidential. I don't know how that would work. That would be my recommendation for that position.
Yeah, you could do that all in one fell swoop, where you do a 5% in the first fiscal year, or you could break it out and have 3% adjustment in the first year, 2% the following year. You ultimately have the ability to give direction on all 4 years of the cycle for the position. So you don't have to make an adjustment in the latter years. There's been times where it's been 2-2-2. There have been times when it's been a 1 adjustment and nothing in the subsequent 3 years. There's been times when there hasn't been any adjustment, depending on the council's appetite at the time. So you've got all of that flexibility.
Okay. And yeah, I would be in favor of giving the city clerk position that 3%. I would agree with that. When it comes to council, we're all, except for Councilmember Baji, termed out. I understand how hard we work. It's a lot of hours. It's a lot of time. And, I said from the very beginning to people that your example should be an everyday person being able to take this job. A mom who's single and has kids should be able to fight for kids' future and have this position. And at minimum, there should be paid minimum wage. That's kind of been my theme for many years now. Otherwise, you get people who are what we have up here. So they're not really true representatives of people who live some parts of this community who can't take this position physically or financially unable to take this position. So I would say go to the max that increases to the max that they recommended, or what would we say in 1,600 in here?
Yeah, the government code max.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah.
So the max would be.
Based on population, you said?
Yeah, the government code, which is attached in your packet, it gave a baseline based on city population, and then from that baseline, that was a starting point. I think it was $600 for our population. And then over time, you can increase it 5% a year. But once it's been increased, you can't do it more than this amount, depending on how many years have passed.
And we can only set it for the current upcoming terms. We can't put it into the code and say next terms get 3% more percentage.
Well, that's something you do need to give direction on tonight as we prepare this ordinance. It appears that you could, in effect, and Mike can speak to this more, you could have this apply to all of the council positions with the first incoming new council member this spring. It doesn't actually have to be limited to just the new District 3 and District 5 council members. It appears under the law, be eligible to apply to all of you with the start of the next term, really with the first council person coming into office. You don't have to do that. You could set it to where your specific seats are timed up with say in 20, you've got District 3 and District 5 in 2023, and then you've got Districts 1, 2, and 4 slated for increase in 2025. You can prescribe that via ordinance, but you don't have to limit yourself to just the increase applying to only the new 3 and 5 council members. So we're going to need
And also
direction on that tonight, so we can draft the ordinance accordingly.
The minimum wage is going up another 50 cents next year. Just FYI.
That's right, yeah.
Councilmember
Baji.
Sorry.
I'll say that this position is very unappealing to the residents. How do I know that? Somebody paid, $300,000 to get a recall election going, and only one person stepped up to run when the way would be paid for them and paid for by somebody else. So we do need to do a better job of attracting good folks to these positions. And yes, I agree, the single mom should be able to do it. The attorney should be able to take time off work and not feel like they're suffering financially doing it. The teacher should be able to do it. I think it needs to be a little more appealing so we get more people who are interested. And they still won't do it for the money. And there's no amount of money, frankly, I think that could compensate somebody for the crap you deal with sitting on this dice. But in any event, so I'd support whatever increase you want to do, whenever you want to affect it. And actually, I'd want it to be effective for, if I'm unseated, I'd want it to be effective for this next person who replaces me, if that's the case, because I sure as heck want to make sure she can pay off her tax liens. But
So we could do that then if we, or no?
It would have to be effective if, essentially, not that this would be the date specific, but let's say April 1st, 2023 for all members of the mayor, for all council members and the mayor. That's how you would direct us to prepare the ordinance for your consideration on October 4th.
Okay. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I'm listen, I'm looking at this chart here. And I don't know, Diane, how you put together this chart, of comparables and whatnot, but Torrance, $100. I mean, the median here is $650. We're at $927. If you want to raise it a little small percentage, I'm fine with that. But I have to disagree respectfully with the Budget and Finance Commission's recommendation. And I definitely have to disagree with the Mayor Pro Tem's recommendation. I don't agree with the fact that you don't get people based on the salary, or people choose to run or not run because they are civically minded. There's a whole variety of reasons why people choose or choose not to run. I don't think the salary is the driving factor here. I think people's love for their city, love for service, volunteering. This is basically a volunteer job. And you're right. It's a second full-time job. I told my wife it was only 2 meetings a month, and she's still hanging that over my head, almost 8 years later, because it's far from that. So I just don't, I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to rock the boat here. If you want to create some type of annualized small increase, or, every 4 years, small increase, maybe I could go with that, but I'm not going to go with any large number. The only city here that is, and there's only one city here that is really changing the median, and it's Glendale. They're at $1,430 a month. Everybody else is anywhere between 100 and us being the highest at 927. So.
Okay. When you look at the chart, you also have to realize the other expenses that certain council members get in benefits that we don't. For instance, El Segundo, after 5 years of being on council, you get lifetime health care. And so I'd say the value on that is far greater than the value of pay. But regardless of the value of pay, I have over $500,000 that I'm owed to me through a personal lawsuit that's been waged against me by 2 shills from a sham action filed by a person alleged or supposed partner of the city of Redondo Beach. We should be able to pay our expenses doing this job. And yes, $500,000 is not going to be able to pay for the lawsuit. I should be able to get insurance and have other expenses that are paid to make sure I can do a professional job. And if you're going to want somebody to do a professional job, you should be paying them professional wage and professional expenses for that. You can see here a lot of other cities, they have a whole wide variety of other expenses that they pay to the council members. For instance, Manhattan Beach pays significantly more in expenses. So I definitely do feel that, you need to have, if you expect someone to do a professional job, you need to give them those resources to be able to do it. Councilmember Lowenstein.
So, this is, I understand what you're saying, Christian, but, and this is not to draw attention to the amount of work that we do, but we're often here at 12, 1 o'clock at night. There aren't a lot of volunteer positions like that. We work weekends. I have to arrange my travel schedule for work around this. Fortunately, we're able to now do it remotely. This is a very unusual type position compared to most volunteer positions. If you're a volunteer, you can choose when to show up and when not to show up. When you're on council, good luck not showing up for many meetings, because you're going to be out, you're dealing with constituents that are angry, you're dealing with constituents that are happy, but generally speaking, you don't hear from the ones that are happy. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, now California requires you to pay interns. And interns make $15 an hour. So you're telling me that professional people up here that deal with all kinds of everything from lawsuits to emergencies to everything should be paid less money than an intern? I find it kind of interesting that, a city like Torrance with so many people pays their council members $400. I don't think anybody's up here for the money. I'm certainly not. I can make probably a lot more money if I didn't have this job. Yeah. But you're right about, we're up here because we all love the community, but it shouldn't come at the expense of not being paid an adequate wage in terms of this. So what I would be in favor of is going with what the Mayor Pro Tem wants. I wouldn't necessarily be in favor of giving myself a raise. I think I'm fine with giving districts 3 and 5. And even if Councilmember Albaji's point about if somebody succeeds him, I think I'd be fine with that. I don't want this to appear to be self-serving. I want this to be that people should be attracted to this position. And if people say, I can't do it for the financial reasons, we're doing our constituents a disservice by not allowing people that are qualified to be able to run for this position. Again, nobody's going to be a multimillionaire by being in this seat. That's for sure. But, we pay our employees well, or somewhat well. I don't think we should be exempt from that, but, no one's going to make a fortune by making $15 an hour. And I do think that we should maybe base it either on what you say, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim, or at least on 100 hours a month, 25. I think almost all of us spend at least 25 hours a week on this position, if not more. And I'm not even counting weekends really and traveling and everything else that we all do here. We spend a lot of time doing professional development, going places like ICA or going to other things. So, but I don't want it to appear to the public that we're doing this for selfish reasons. We're not. We're doing this for positive reasons. And, if you look, it's interesting that you do it by population. I know the LA City Council members do it as a full-time position, and it's a much bigger city, and their problems are much more complex, but they're not, 8 times more complex to justify the salary.
And they get staffs.
and they have staff as well too, and we don't have staff. At least I don't have staff, really. We all share an administrative assistant. So I don't, I get what you're saying. I just don't think, I think in this day and age, this is a complex job. It's a lot more complex than all of us, even being on the school board, have probably dealt with before, with all the legal ramifications and everything else. And as Councilmember Narenheim pointed out, personal sacrifice, having to deal with lawsuits. The mayor, personal sacrifice, dealing with lawsuits. I think this is the least we can do to make sure that we get qualified people going forward. So I'd be in favor of what the majority of the council would like in terms of compensation up to code. If you think that's right, I think that's fine. But I'm not in favor of giving myself a raise at any time soon in this position. So.
And qualification, just so everyone knows, qualification is 18 years old, register to vote for 30 days in your district per city charter.
Residing in your district.
Residing in your district. Yeah. And a voter, right? Voter residing in your district for 30 days. I just go back to my basic point in life. A single mom with kids should be able to fight for a kid's future. A single dad with his kids should be able to fight for his kid's future, either or. It comes down to that basic premise for me. Otherwise, becomes an issue. Councilmember Obaji.
Councilmember Horvath, to your point about this is a volunteer job, embedded in volunteering is that it's a privilege to be able to volunteer. You can do it because your spouse is a physician. I could do it because my spouse is a physician and I'm an attorney. So we should want every member of our society to be able to hold this position if they meet the minimum qualifications and indeed increase the appeal of it. So I literally had a person yesterday say to me, "You look like a normal guy. Why are you serving in city government?" So any event.
I just had that conversation with someone.
Yeah.
Why would you ever do it?
Why would you do it?
How many times have you heard people say, I couldn't do the job you do?
Oh, yeah, that too.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I wouldn't have if I knew that this was no, I'm kidding.
All right. Is there maybe, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, first of all, that comment is completely untoward and you should take it back. My wife has worked as a part-time physician because we've been focused on raising our kids. So I do understand that physicians can make a lot of money if they're full-time, but that has not been the case. So unless you know what you're talking about, I wouldn't say things like that. Secondly, I will say that being a small business owner did provide me flexibility and luxury to be able to volunteer in a variety of capacities over the course of my adult life. And that's what allows me that privilege. But it's also a choice that I make because that choice pulls me away from my family or my kids or whatnot. But I do it because of my kids here in this city. So I think you should be cautious with statements like that because I think it's unbecoming both of you as an individual or as an elected official. Secondly, I get it. Listen, you guys are going to raise the salaries. I can read that. But let's just point out here, okay, again, because what we're looking at the salary. And staff mentions fringe benefits. Don't forget, you get a car allowance, which adds $375 to that $927. You get a cell phone allowance, which I didn't agree with. And then you get your health benefits. And that's either for you as an individual or for you as a family if you choose to take it. If you don't choose to take the health benefits because you get them through your regular job or your spouse's job, you get a sizable amount of money that you are paid out. So I want you to consider when you're talking about bumping up a salary to $1,600, that it's not just $1,600 you're talking about. You're talking about $1,600 plus $375 plus whatever the cell phone thing is, and then plus the benefits. And I don't necessarily see that as being fiscally responsible. I hear all the arguments you're making. I'm not saying I disagree with the intent, that, hey, we do a lot. I'm the first to say that. I've spent far more hours on this than I had ever thought I would. But I don't think that we would be so far out of the ballpark compared with every other city around here. And I would not assume that any of those cities are doing any less than we are doing. And I don't know what their full packages are, but this doesn't represent our full package either. And we're already at the high end. That's all.
All right, members of the public.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Leslie Peggy, Redondo Beach. Yeah, you get a cell phone allowance, you get a car allowance, and you get a salary that's low, and you also get taxed on it. So if you want to open up the pool of people who you can attract to these positions, then I think you need to incentivize people to be able to do just that, because in most cases, it will be their second job. And you are not going to attract the moms and the dads and the single parents who might want to do this but can't because their second job has to be something else that pays a little bit more. You want more people engaged? Open up your pool of people to do that with by increasing it, and we're not talking a full-time salary that would become their only job. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else?
Good evening, council, staff, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. For some context from our meeting last night, a couple of comments, please. One, with regard to the city treasurer, we had a blue folder item from Mr. Deals asking that his salary remain the same, asking for no increases. So that's why the recommendation was a 0 increase for the city treasurer. With regard to the comparisons that were contained in the report, I didn't look at it as like for like. Many cities don't have as many meetings. Some of their meetings don't take as many hours. There are other responsibilities beyond what those council members may do that you have additional responsibilities for. At our meeting last night for Mr. Horvath, I cited your responsibilities and all the extra work you did at the COG and taking on the leadership role at the COG and how much that helped the city and the hours and hours that you spend doing that. For ICA, for Mr. Narenheimer pointed that out, for everyone, for the district meetings, the trips to Sacramento, the ceremonies, it was far beyond 62 hours per month that all of you were spending in performing this job. And I don't know that when you look at it, just a simple chart of the comparative salaries for the other cities, whether or not that's reflective of the number of hours, a similar number of hours that you all are putting in. I just don't know that. With regard to the salary increase, if you did go to the 1660, you're looking at an additional times 6 of about, say, $4,400 per month for 6 people, which turns out to be about $52,000 a year. So while $52,000 a year is no small amount of money in a budget that, our general fund budget that could exceed $90 million per year, an overall budget of $120-some million, the $52,000 would not be a significant impact on the finances of the city from that standpoint. With regard to the city clerk, we were discussing the management employees got a 3% bump and the city clerk did not get that. And that's how we arrived at the 3% number to increase the city clerk's salary on a one-time basis. So we considered the fact that the clerk's position did not share the total of 3% that the other similarly situated employees within that employee group received. And that's why we came up with the 3% number for the city clerk. So just some context from our discussions last night as to how we arrived at some of those numbers. Director Strickfaden talked about the 3% times 15 for the city council members. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon. So yeah, I mean, I'll just say that one of the reasons why I fought for and have finally gotten the cell phone stipend is because I believe that since day one, when I was up here, and this is exact seat right here, I've been paying for my own personal cell phone that's separate from my personal cell phone. Public records requests, thank God I've done that because it cost the city of Redondo Beach on the public records request lawsuit against Mayor Brand, Councilmember, so actually at the time it was Councilmember Brand, Councilmember Samarco. Well, it was well over 10 grand, $50,000 maybe. So when you look at it from a professional perspective, you give someone the ability to pay for the professional tools, use the city emails, use a cell phone that's separate, so that you can abide by all the laws. And it's only going to get more expensive. I think you'll come down the point of view and understanding that this is actually cheaper for the city long-term, from liability, lawsuits. I'd be in favor of doing districts 3 and 5, just do the max and then do a 3% riser. City clerk do a 3% and then do a 1 or 2% as well.
If I may, just one other thing. So you could phase in the effective date of 3 and 5, to be April 1st, 2023. And then you could have the other 3 and the mayor effective April 1st, 2025.
There you go. I like that. Yeah. Perfect.
I will say it wasn't in the report, but you could go higher. And you could go to your minimum wage for 40 hours a week by putting this on the ballot in March. And so there's an exemption to the cap, which is on any municipal election, you can set an amount that's higher or lower, is the way the law reads, than the increase provided. But it would have to be approved by the voters. So I just want you to be aware of that, so that you didn't not know that. But just if you could be clear if you're phasing it in, so it doesn't apply to a current one, and just providing advice so you can make a fully informed decision.
Thank you, sir. I actually appreciate that very much. I wasn't thinking about the phasing in for the other 2 districts. If we're doing that, or 2 districts and mayor, or 3 districts and mayor, excuse me. So I'd be amenable to that with a 2% or 3% riser as well, so that we don't have to come back and visit this. So districts 3 and 5 are effective April 1st, 2023.
Right.
And then districts 1, 2,
4,
and 4, and the mayor in 2025, April 1st.
Okay.
Okay. And then would you be amenable to putting it as just a 3% raise every year?
Sure.
On that as well? That way I'll have the discussion every year, every
In
17 years?
2025, they'll be equal, right?
Yes.
All across 5?
Yep.
And the mayor, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. And for the city clerk's position,
What was the amount, though, that you want?
what do you guys want to do? The max of 1660?
That's fine.
Yeah.
1659?
That's fine. Okay.
We'll do it even at 1659.
16.
I think it's
You don't want this.
1669.
69? It says 59 on my thing here.
That was a typo that got carried over.
Oh, okay.
It's on the page 2, it's 1669.
You cannot have automatic.
Oh, you can't?
No, it's in the government code section.
Oh, I thought you could.
Provided to you. It's
Oh, got it.
36516, and it's 8.4. No ordinance shall be enacted or amended to provide automatic future increases in the
Oh, got
salary.
it. Okay. Well, then how come, well, I'm not going to answer, it doesn't matter. So
Well,
what is city
for
clerk's
the
position
mayor
here?
and council, you can't have that.
And that's ordinance, state ordinance, or?
That's state law. So our charter adopts the government code section as it may be amended in the future, and that's the way the government code section reads.
Okay. And what do you guys want to do about the city clerk's office?
What you said.
2%?
They said 3%?
Yeah.
3%, that's fine.
3%?
Yeah.
Let me just look here. And was there anything else that you guys wanted on that or thought about? For city clerk?
Other than lifetime medical. You pointed that out, like, wow.
Yeah.
No, I think that's fine.
Okay, so that would be my motion then for phasing in over the 2023, 2025 to 1669.
So 1669 for divisions 3, or districts 3 and 5 in upcoming April, and then it'll go to 1669 D1, 2, and 4 in the mayor, April 1st, 2025. And then the clerk, I missed that's 3% right out of the gate and then 2% the year after, or is it just 5%? I'm sorry.
What do you guys feel about that for the, because clerk does not get the executive or
Yeah,
management?
you got to
company?
set her for-year schedule now.
So often, the past councils have kind of anticipated what you may, not knowing what you may give a future management confidential, and then, include
Keep
that
it,
in.
or I think you're going to need to build flexibility into that, because there's been years where management doesn't take an increase, right?
Well,
so
and that's why
You just make it match management confidential, whatever it is.
No, I think you have to set it out, because you can't increase it during the term per our charter. And what has often happened, speaking for, my position, in years where they didn't take it, then they cut it, or froze it. And years where it was behind, then they did what the budget and finance recommended in this case. But budget and finance, as I understand it, didn't recommend any annual increase. So I assume that the clerk's position will be behind once again. And so that's a council decision.
Right, I would say 2% per year. This is the way we see inflation going, and.
So 3% initial adjustment, and then 2%.
Annually after that.
2% each year thereafter.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, how do you guys feel about that?
That's fine.
Councilmember
That's
Baji?
fine.
3, 2?
Right,
Councilmember
so 3,
Horvath?
2, 2, and 2.
vote no, so don't.
Okay, so that would be my motion then.
3%.
And then 2 each, April 1st each after. Yeah.
And then treasurer, are you concurring?
Treasurer,
with
fine as is.
0? Okay.
Where is the treasurer? I haven't seen him around in a while.
Collecting his
All right.
paycheck.
Anything?
I'll second that and the proviso that I apologize that I got the wrong reason why you're privileged, Councilmember Horvath, but thank you for acknowledging that you're privileged, and this should not be a position that is reserved just for the privileged.
All right, any other public comment? Public email, Zoom? None? All right, all in favor? Aye. All against?
No.
No? Any no, that's it, 3-1 vote with one person not here being here.
So just as a next step, so you'll see the proposed draft ordinance, or actually not draft, it'll be a proposed ordinance for first reading introduction on October 4th, and then we'll need to come back on October 11th as part of the second Tuesday of the month to adopt that ordinance. So it'll have occurred at least 30 days in advance of the nominating period, which is scheduled for November 14th.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, so that leaves us to, I believe that is you, right, Al, city manager items.
Yes. So a couple of exciting announcements. Our new library director, Dana Vinke, will be starting next Monday. You'll see a press release out on him latter part of this week, early part of next week.
What was his name again?
Dana Vinke. He's worked locally in the city of Torrance in a number of capacities, currently a deputy director with the Ventura County Library System. So we're looking forward to him coming on board. And then also starting Monday, a couple of big hires. Gary Margolis, or Margolis, I'm not sure exactly on the pronunciation. I'm told by Cameron will be starting on Monday. He comes to us from the city of Aurora, Colorado. And this is for our new cultural arts manager position. He has experience in the Aurora Performing Arts Center there, as well as their historical museum, and has quite a bit of work on the public art commission side of the equation. So somebody who has really worked in all three critical areas for that position. So we're excited to have Gary start next Monday. So a couple of big hires, new faces here in town, and you'll likely see press releases on both of those individuals here next week.
Fantastic, good work.
And I too, I guess a couple of you stole my thunder on Beach Ranch. I do want to echo all of your comments. Really kudos to staff, Pat, coming on board, Joe, his crew, Ted and his crew. Really just outstanding job operationally. Very few incidents. In fact, no calls for medical service on Sunday, which is pretty remarkable for the third day of a festival. Granted, it was probably our most lightly attended day. But really just a wonderfully smooth event from our perspective as staff. Alan gave me a bit of a summary. His hotline received, I believe, half a dozen complaints. He did make mention that 4 of the 6 of those complaints were from the same individual. We of course, take all of those very seriously and have continued to tweak the plan to try to be as effective as we can be in the community. And to think that we have had 2 3-day festivals here in what amounts to a 4-month spread, and to do it with as few complaints as we've received is quite astonishing, really. So the biggest thing that we're concerned about is any major incident from a safety perspective, and we're always grateful when that does not occur. The fact that it's a successful music festival after that is really just kudos to the operator, and really fortunate for the community to have access to such a venue for that type of event. So we're pleased. We'll debrief. We'll have after action reports and try to tweak, and think about things going forward. But it was a good weekend from our standpoint, all in all.
Congratulations. Good work. Okay. Anyone else have anything for the city manager?
I have a referral.
Okay, we can go ahead and do referrals.
Yeah. I'd like to know where we're at with paving and slurry sealing, because we were supposed to have this, I believe, done late summer. We're nowhere near ready.
Yep.
And, all the work we're supposed to do ahead of time with curbs and ramps.
Yep.
I don't see any of that happening right now. I'm really concerned this is now going to go into the spring. We'll be almost a year late.
Yeah, maybe if it's a quick question, maybe Ted can answer that real quickly. We can't have a major conversation.
For example, Burl is one. And have we gotten the bids back yet? Because I thought we were supposed to be doing this already.
Yeah.
Sorry, the question is.
Do we get all the bids back?
No, what's our status of, I
Street
think either.
rehab and residential street
location?
Well, for example, Burl
Okay.
and also Francisca and the other streets. And I can talk to my district as well as the slurry sealing in our area. It was scheduled for 2022. I don't think we're going to make it.
The 2022 slurry seal projects have actually been completed, and we're in design for, not a design, actually, we're almost completed with a plan set for the next batch of slurry seal projects, and that's going to be coming up pretty soon for you as a city council to look at. So we've already completed one phase of the slurry seal earlier this year in the spring.
Where was that? Mostly in North Redondo, I guess you're talking about?
I don't have the street network in front of me, but that has been completed already. So you've got another batch of slurry seal that's going to be coming up to you soon. On the residential street rehab.
Could you, before you go into that, I remember seeing it was 2022 in my district. So when you say it's coming soon, what does that mean?
That means within the next couple of months, you're actually going to have approval of plans and specs and authorization to put these projects out to bid.
But they won't, out to bid, so it won't be till 2023 at least.
Well, they'll be constructed in early next year or late this year, depending on how quickly the contract comes forward to you.
Okay.
Well, that's probably.
And that in itself does not have.
With the rain and all that, I just don't believe it's going to happen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, with bidding, I'm guessing I think you'll approve the plan set probably in the next couple of months, and then you'll see construction likely in early 2023.
Yeah, let's
be
honest here, because, people are, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that means.
That's slurry, not residential.
That's slurry itself, and slurry itself doesn't have a lot of civil improvements, so they don't do ramps, they don't do significant pavement work.
Right.
And it's a quick one-day application. So can it happen? Yes. Is it going to be the year that pulls us out of a drought? I'd love to say yes. And could that delay us? Absolutely. But in prior years, that's actually worked out for us.
What about residential rehab?
Street rehab, we've already opened bids, you've already approved the contract. We are just prepping to get construction moving on that project. So that is coming forward. They have not started that construction, but that is actually been.
And what to follow up on that, I don't want us to get into a major debate here or discussion, but I'll certainly have us provide for you all through a correspondence, a reminder of what roads in your districts are part of that residential rehab program, so you can refresh your memories and get that out to your community. But you will see construction begin on the residential rehab in 2022. That will occur. And that's the lion's share of the work.
Meaning the ramps and curbs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you'll start to see the flat work, and then you'll see the roads themselves follow. So we'll get you a detailed schedule by district so you have a better sense of what you can anticipate and communicate with your residents.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a referral based on my comments at the head of the meeting. I'd like to have a discussion specific to expectations for vendors, special events, whatever that is renting and using public property like the way Beach Life was, especially when it comes to political issues, like, having proponents for the Measure E there, or having an advertising, per what Ms. Irvine was mentioning, advertising for cannabis delivery when that is not technically allowed here in the city.
What I can tell you, that did not, I mean, Joe and I talked about that did not occur. Now, what advertisements or what
It's all
sponsors were
over.
provided?
It was in magazines that were
I don't
dropped
know.
everywhere
Yeah.
throughout the city. I mean, like, and listen, here's the thing. He was called out on this for the May one and said it wouldn't happen again. It was an accident. Okay, we say that once, it's an accident. I'll give you that, but the second time, it's not an accident. And
My suggestion.
I'm just saying it flaunts and it kind of throws shade to the city who is, I realize we're partners here, but we should at least have a discussion about what our expectations are for.
Well, and candidly, what I would
people we're
suggest
doing
on that
business
is, I'm not sure that's we're going to have to decide and probably discuss as part of our next amendment what the license does and doesn't prohibit. I'm not sure how involved we can be once we license the premises on what occurs in. So we're going to have to, that's maybe something we're going to need to address through contract terms, because I'm not sure what our abilities are as it relates to governing his marketing materials, what occurs inside the premises as a matter of his booths and operations. We have not provided any level of specificity in the license to limit that activity.
I realize.
So we're going
Still
to,
public property.
but it's public property, again, freedom of speech. I don't know where we can go there.
I'm not sure either. I just feel like.
Can I make a friendly amendment to it?
Sure.
All right, so I amend it to be a closed session discussion on the next round of negotiations, whenever we ever have them, for the Beach Life amendments that address the specific issues that were raised at this meeting relative to
That's where I would suggest we take this.
political activity and unlawful activity being promoted alongside the Beach Life events.
That's where I think we'll have an ability to make effectuate change.
I'm good with that.
That's fine. All right. All in favor of that?
Aye.
All right.
I have a referral.
Anything else, Councilmember? All right.
Referral for another closed session agenda item, one potential case, federal case against state HCD to challenge the RENA on the basis of lack of due process, equal protection, and maybe a takings ground. At least discuss it with council and see if it's viable, a federal lawsuit.
Federal lawsuit for HCDs.
Against HCD, the whole RENA, the RENA
scheme, process, challenging the RENA process.
The RENA process, the allocation of numbers. Basically, state courts have ruled that the legislature is specifically did not allow judicial challenges. That flies in the face of our US Constitution. We have the right to due process, to understand why numbers are charged to us. We have the right to equal protection, not to be charged different numbers than our neighbor.
Sure.
And we have the right to control our own lands and not to have a taking without compensation.
Yeah, I'll talk to the city attorney about what form we might want to best have that conversation. It may be similar where we would agendize that discussion for closed session. So, we can talk about that. There'll obviously be pros and cons to any kind of an action like that.
Second.
I'll second that for sure. All in favor of that idea?
Aye.
Anyone against? No? All right.
Gavin Newsom.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right. Adjourning not until next week, 2 weeks from tonight, correct?
Correct.
Yes,
So
2 weeks from now,
First meeting in
October 4th, yeah.
October 4th. Thank you. Thank
And
you
did
guys.
I guess we'll do that as part of the next agenda, the Eleanor's mother, adjourning her memory,
Thank you very much. Good night, everyone.
Good, everybody.